Hello future tech leaders, I am Sindhuja. Based on my own experience, I know that learning the right skills can shape our future. What if I say learning was as thrilled as the tech world itself? There we go. A cloud foundation, that's exactly what you will experience. From day one, you will be immersed in the interactive sessions and expert-led courses that covers most of the widely used technologies in the zone of data science to cloud computing, which brings more light to the life of a techie. I'm so excited to help you and unlock the true potential of a technology. Well, then why to wait? Let's see what it unfolds.
Let's talk about Datorama, but just prior to that, let's cover some of the portions whereby we want to discuss how marketing and how audience and marketing segmentation happens. And why do people, do the various types of campaigns. Someone mentioned in his introduction about campaigns. What are campaigns? Why do we create campaigns? And why are all these factors coming into play, which tries to measure what's happening? So, if I talk of at least, I am working for 10 years. So, if I talk of the initial period of my career as well, measurement was not something that was very much prevalent. So, it was always about creating campaigns or there's something called an IO that gets signed in this digital world. So, it's called an insertion order. When an account manager or a client takes in all the requirements and then they approve based on the plan that an agency or a marketer gives them, and they approve an IO, the insertion order. And when an insertion order is passed, what happens is the marketing teams come into play, the tagging teams come into play, the people who manage stuffs come into play. And they want to discuss what is the plan and how do we aspire to execute what we have committed. And then as you all are from the marketing intelligence team, I believe, or the analytics team, you are aware how these platforms come into play, where by digital and offline get segmented. And when we talk of digital, there are such social display, programmatic aspects of business, which are being worked across by people, by marketers, by all the people who are involved in the process. And then there are offline businesses as well, which comes under TV, GMTV and all those parts, TV, radio, whereby we are working with TRPs and GRPs as the measuring tools. For display of our digital, it was impressions, it was clicks, it was CPC, CTRs, which people were interested back in the day. But then what started happening was, so there was no mechanism of measuring the business or measuring what is happening and how do I see the change. I believe you will hear this term nowadays about segmentation and attribution. So when we talk about attribution, what is attribution? Attribution is nothing but attributing or crediting a certain element which was involved in my conversion. When I talk of conversion, don't take me wrong about conversion as a metric from any of the source that you have taken into a report or you have worked on, but conversion can be relative. Conversion is different for everyone. For you, it may be a sign up that is a conversion. For me, a click might be a conversion for anyone else. He might be interested in how many people got converted or how many people made a purchase, maybe a conversion. So when we talk of conversion, we talk of attribution. So attribution is something that is giving credit to the factor that got me the conversion. Earlier in the day, we used to give credit to the last touches, which is basically you go to your click to the buy option and you buy it. So they tell that, okay, this person came to my page, he bought the product, and that is the element which brought in the conversion. But we used to not take care of the other factors. Like you get your views from paid channels, all these advertising. A person comes into play. So when a customer comes into your page and you see the like, it's basically the part of the sales funnel. It's part of the marketing funnel, sales funnel, whereby a person comes in, he kind of like awareness, consideration and conversion till conversion, whatever happens. So measurement is something that is being considered as a very vital part in today's generation, today's scenario. You see the job landscape, you see the working landscape, you see the way people are attributing the factors and doing segmentation analysis. Salesforce Datorama evolved as a mediator to help know a customer from unknown to upselling. So when I talk of unknown, I don't know you or you don't know me. But tomorrow, if I have a mediator which helps me convert my unknowns to a potential customer, and by what? By all the marketing factors that you put into play. You get an unknown person to from unknown, you know the person and then he becomes your potential. He or she becomes your potential customer. And then you go for a first time purchaser to an existing customer. And then you go ahead with reference, cross-selling, upselling and all those brand lifting and all the other factors involved in the business, which basically helps converting more customers, getting more customers in, and so on and so forth. You know the journey. So the Salesforce Marketing Cloud was involved in this entire process. So in this fragmented world where we are today, we want to always know. Like it is performance plus impact plus loyalty growth, which basically takes us forward. It is no longer a market for impressions and clicks. It's no longer a market whereby impression or clicks or spend becomes the last thing that you will take into consideration and will infer any kind of conclusion that my campaign or my channels or my account is doing perfect right. Previously, it used to be in that manner. So why do people create so many campaigns? Why do people create the various segmentation? So when we talk of a brand, say let's take a brand called anything X and then they split themselves into regions, then they split themselves into campaigns and then they invest the budget allocated for each campaign to all the channels that you see in there. And in this fragmented marketing world, you keep on spending in various channels and because various channels are evolving. You take 10 years back, you see the marketing tools available to you versus today you have every day I see a new tool coming up telling that this is going to measure more, this is going to give you insights more. This is meant for your optimization and simultaneously the sources as well. Every source is trying to come up with their advertising model. Everyone is trying to come up with a CPC model whereby you have a cost per click. Or then sources like Twitter or platforms like Twitter have started promo tweets. So all these are marketing activities whereby an advertiser invests, right? When an advertiser invests in this entire plethora of marketing tools available to them, they basically want to somewhere like you have. Okay, so you have come up with a social. Okay, we want to spend in social. Social only involves Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest, so on and so forth. And metrics have changed as well. Tweets, retweets, swipe ups, all these have come as an individual metric that is being considered in marketing, and these factors are contributing towards the success of it. These factors are contributing towards if the marketing solution or if the campaign is successful or not. Now, in this process, when you come across, say, an advertiser which is spending across 5 social channels, they are spending across Google AdWords, say Bing ads with Yahoo, and then going ahead with, say, LinkedIn ads as part of social. Sorry, I forgot that as well. They have. Programmatic has evolved now. So programmatic is something which we will discuss someday, but that's another interesting part of the business that is hugely. I'm sure you guys have worked with data from trade desk and stuff. But then when you have like 5 live channels of search, 3 channels, 4 channels of social, you have display, you have programmatic, you have offline, and then you have like your planned data coming from tools like Prisma. You are working with delivered metrics from remote or and so on and so forth. You want somewhere that okay, enough of it. I want to keep all my silos under one bucket, under one umbrella, so that tomorrow, if I want to refer anything, I have a repository in place. Now our repository is not there before Datorama. They were there. We know like in a world whereby we are working, we have the like oldest repository that we call a SQL. We have come up with Redshift. We are working with Amazon Cloud S3 buckets as part of storages. But then storages needed a mediator to cascade what you put into the storages, and then they want an end result like an end tool or a visualization tool or a harmonization tool, which will go ahead, excavate all these data from the tables that are presenting there and be a mediator which basically will read all the data, which basically will see if the data is unified or not. And then there were unification problems as well. We will come to all these things which are getting solved with Datorama. They were unification problems because not every metric of Google Ads or search is having the same naming convention as it is with Bing Ads or if it is with Yahoo maybe. So if you see like maybe Google Ads keeps campaign as campaigns. Yahoo Ads may keep it as a campaign underscore name and then Bing may go ahead and say campaign name. So all these 3 things then needed another level of harmonization which will make the repository know that, you know what, all these 3 are same things and we are intending towards seeing the search data. Unification problems always there. Secondly, what it does is we need a mediator tool which has to go ahead and look into the data if it is done or not, if it is true, if it is doing a good level of quality check. And then move ahead to another tool which will look into the visualization. I know, like SQL visualizations are there, but then do you want that or do you want another tool which is coming? But then, like as the trend goes and we have a repository, we have a mediator, harmonization tool, we have an N tool which is used for visualization. Power BI Tableau have come and evolved and is running successfully as well. So that was the scenario and there was no unification. And if you see the slide as well, and if you see there are 4 regions, there are 8 campaigns, and see the amount of channels being advertising, this is your account and you are a marketer. You will need an umbrella which will keep all the things at place and so that you know nothing goes wrong in terms, and if it goes wrong you have a closed call and you have a closed monitoring on stuffs. So this is a slide which talks of the amount of solutions that have come in since this slide for 2019. I am sure 100 more have come in or thousands have come in these 3 years. But then let's see how the solutions have evolved. You have advertising and promotion, you have content, experience, you have social. You have commerce and sales, you have data, you have management and everything in between. People are talking of data science day in and day out now. People are talking of data engineering, data science, and everyone is trying to get a model at place. But everyone is trying to get a model, a segmentation model, an attribution model at place. Because today we have the amount of data that we need to create the models. That is something that we need to acknowledge as well. But that brings in the baggages along with it as well. If you see, I am modeling. A modeler wants simple stuff. But today, when you see finding that simplicity or finding your actual hypothesis, finding that factor that I want to analyze takes a very long time because of availability of data. You have so many sources coming in. You have so much of data with you. You are doing, and that helps, and also somewhere stumbles upon, and we want to understand why and what should I measure and how should I measure. In comes Datorama. Let us talk about Datorama. In comes Datorama, which has taken all these things under unification under the name of a business intelligence marketing tool. But then is doing way more than that with its modeling at least. Modeling has helped, Datorama to unify everything under the same umbrella. And also helping an advertiser or an analyst with the segmentation, with the classifications, with the small harmonization techniques which they want to conduct in various campaigns or in various accounts or in various data sources. And having them under the same model helps Datorama go ahead and implement everything successfully. So if you see distributed campaigning, you see awareness, consideration, purchase retention and advocacy being part of the channel, which basically brings your entire customer from a journey which is basically unknown, where you do not know the customer and you have PR, PPCs, online ads, paid socials, and then consideration going like the website, e-commerce, purchase retention and advocacy. This is a beautiful slide which basically tells us how has things changed and how do we see the various aspects of marketing, from a standpoint which has changed the entire landscape, which we want to measure, which we want to see, which we want to check in terms of harmonizing, in terms of harmonization, and not only harmonization, but also like visualizing it in a different manner, and also helps us understand if I was supposed to manage all these sources without a business intelligence tool. How much of effort will I be putting in harmonization, a cleansing of data, so on and so forth. Key challenges in this entire scenario. What are my challenges that are there? Understand what is working and what is not. This is definitely a problem when you are venturing out with a client. When you have a client and he or she has mentioned that, you know what, I have 3 sources of search, I have 4 sources of social, so on and so forth, and it gives you a list of 16 stuffs or 20 data sources and channels, and they give you the credentials, and you want to understand if data is working for me or not. Now suppose your campaigns are running from 2017 onwards and you have like a repository which you want to create for each sources. You need to configure and if it is API, then you know God be your friend when you need to configure individual APIs and with the credentials. And you need to check what is there and what is not. And how am I going to see the taxonomy? And I am not aware of the taxonomy as well. That's how it was. How am I going to classify such a big data? I have the taxonomy. It is not relevant. It has changed since 2017 till now and people have no clue about it. And people are asking me, give me a segmented data and I will go back to my team and understand the taxonomy from them, or how the data is being governed, or the data governance team to give us the correct set of data. But then how are you going to go ahead and look into the campaigns and delimit them as they go in? Like, this is my brand, this is my country, this is my country code, and all these things. Because all the campaigns do not have the same delimiters. All the campaigns are different from one another. That is a challenge which 60% to 9% marketers or analysts or analytics people face in terms of harmonizing data. They keep on cleansing. A cleansing is very tough a job and also prone to quality errors, prone to large sets of errors which can ruin the data as well. So what is working and what is not? It has been the question since, and Datorama solves it pretty well. I will say, like, with the confidence that Datorama has, it basically addresses this part of the challenge pretty well, and it does solve these issues of what is working and what is not. Contribution from each activity. That is basically the part of consideration that happens. We need to understand, or I was talking about attribution, right? So each activity has its own contribution towards the end conversion to be happening, and that is something which Datorama understands pretty well, and we see like we have a lot of data we need to understand. How are all these sources contributing towards the end group, end dataset, end conversion, end visualization? I want to see a goals chart. I have to set a goal for myself. So all these contributions from various channels of marketing needs to be understood by people. And then we go ahead and look into the contribution from each activity. Derive actionable insights from activities performed. Yes, definitely. I guess we all are there. We all have the same goal in mind, right? Working in the same domain. We always want to have actionable insights from activities performed. And insights does not mean looking into the chart and telling that you know what campaigns from this date to this date have shown an impression of 1000 and click of 4000. And sorry, impression of 4000 and click of 1000 and all these things. I think it is a pretty good campaign. And then there is another campaign B, which is not performing that well because the impressions have gone down, the clicks are not there, and so on. So that is not insight, right? That I can see from the chart as well, and I can see from the movement of the data. I can see it from Google Analytics charts that, yeah, this campaign did not do well, but then this campaign did well. This is not insights. Practically, this is chart reading, but insights is something which tells. You know what? Last 30 days, my campaign saw a very sideways growth whereby it was okay-ish going, and then one fine day, I see for 3 days there is a spike in the data, and then again it has become moderate. So what happened on those 3 days, and what can we derive out of that for our future plannings? What has the campaign to offer to me? What are the changes that have taken place that did bring in more potential customers or more people into my page, or what ad or what placement? What was that X factor which basically helped me achieve this part of it? So that is basically actionable insights, and also what is not mentioned as a term over here is optimization. Maybe you will hear it day in, day out that you know what you need to have insights, and then you need to suggest optimizations. So optimizations is something that you do not arrive at with a very small amount of data for a small amount of time, short period of time. Optimization is something which you need to monitor. You need to understand what you want to optimize. Do you want to optimize efficiency? Do you want to optimize your growth? Because your campaign may be an awareness campaign. Your campaign may be a consideration campaign. Your campaign may be a clicks campaign, a conversion campaign. But you need to understand what do you want to optimize. Do you want to see how do we lessen the CPC? Do you want to understand the growth? Do you want to understand how things can be made better? Strategies, basically strategies and insights. So there comes optimization, and Datorama helps in both these things pretty well. Datorama not only helps you with the campaign, to look closely through your campaign, but it is also AI integrated, which basically helps us at some aspects. I will not say that the AI is completely giving you the insights, but it will give you a direction. Definitely that you know what this is, what is happening with your campaign, and you want to look at these aspects which can give you more info, and you can definitely. I have seen that help. We will talk in detail. If not detail, we will talk about it, and we will see how do we create those AI-oriented insights points. And then how can we take it forward to understand what is the landscape offering me from these last 30 days, and how can I make it better? And use insights for better planning. Yes, we have discussed that when you what are the correct insights and when you recommend the current insights. It is basically very helpful for a marketer to plan their future campaigns keeping in mind. Very small example I will give over here. That is, I have seen a marketer whom I worked with. Pretty long ago, maybe 1.5 to 2 years before, whereby I have seen the tendency of a client. So if you all understand search marketing better, I am sure you have come across the word keywords and you know the term. Keywords has segmentation as well. There are broad match keywords, there are phrase match keywords, There are exact match keywords, there are negative keywords, and so on. And then there are permutations and combinations, phrase exact and phrase broad, and all those things anyways. So an exact keyword is the most precise keyword and a new online guy coming into the business. Always I have seen this tendency of creating campaigns with exact match keywords because he or she wants, not everyone, but I have seen that marketer create everything with exact match. He did not see a raise in his marketing activity because exact match keywords are something which gives you the exact result, what you want to, and no one knows your brand. So go ahead, make a campaign with all your broad match keywords because broad match is the less precious keyword compared to phrase match, like least precious, preciest, as is broad match keywords, which basically helps you build your brand, which basically gives you visibility, which basically helps people know that you are there in this market. And then when you see like your campaigns perform and look into the keywords which basically people are searching you with, and then you convert them into an exact match keyword so that you know things work for you. So all these insights are very much necessary. This is a very small and very layman example, I would say, but still it makes you understand how a small insight is necessary, which gives your marketer a way forward or a way towards. Planning the next campaign as well. So, yeah, now we have arrived at Datorama, which basically helps us from the portion whereby a potential customer is there with the help of thanks to our marketing activities. And from how the potential customer goes ahead becomes the first time customer existing and how they perform across all the marketing activities and how they go ahead and how do we see the post campaign performance for all our advertisers by Datorama, because it's a marketing intelligence platform. Yes, we all know that Datorama basically has become a hit because it is from the scratch. It is letting you integrate, it is letting you harmonize, and it is letting you visualize the data in a manner that basically I'm not aware if I should say was never before. But pardon me if I say that because at least for me, I have not seen a tool which works like this, integrated tool which works like this, and then it connects across the various platforms, connects to all. Yes, because it has most of the APIs that you can think of as a digital marketing data source. But then, if it is not as well, it provides you with Excel uploading or FTP configuration or SFTP configuration or email delivery or working with third-party tools to get your data into the tool. And also, connecting your files of Excel using total connects and stuffs that we will discuss on the when we go ahead, and it basically helps you connect everything. We will talk about an aspect in this training whereby we will see that is not a marketing data, is the tool not meant for it. It is meant for it. We will take on the non-marketing data as well because it is considered as a marketing intelligence platform. I have heard people from other trainings asking me that if this is the way a person keeps on telling that it is a marketing intelligence platform and I have a non-marketing data, I have a sales data, can I map it? So what I do is I tell them that you need to understand how the data modeling is, and we will in this training go through the data modeling parts, data modeling aspects. And that will help us understand better why we are talking about it as an intelligence platform form. As I say, we should call it as an intelligence platform and only marketing platform. but platform for every data that has to go through a data modeling, and bingo, you there, your insights or your visualizations. Uncover combined marketing insights using Einstein AI. Yes, that is the AI that I was referring to earlier as well. But Einstein AI gives you a directional data. It is not something like yes or no insight is. No one curates any kind of any insights. No one curates any form of insights or anything. But every insight is helpful, as I say. But then I will say, I have worked with Einstein and Einstein. AI provides you with a direction which you can go ahead and dig yourself and find better insights. It is a directional tool mostly, and it gives you a way to look into your data better. Measure your ROI. Yeah, return on investment is something that you want to assess. Always correct. It is basically how much return did I get per dollar? How much return did I get? Spending every single penny. And that is possible when you have a data modeling, at least when you have a tool which unifies all your data correctly, which slices and dices your data correctly, which slices all the common aspects of the data correctly, which identifies the raw data and aligns it to the in-house data modeling, which understands what is that column that is coming in and maps it correctly. Is why people are choosing Datorama to be their tool, because that helps. That makes my life easy, right, to get my return on investments. Understand and optimize campaign performance. Definitely, after so much of talking, you must have understood that it basically helps us to understand and optimize the campaign performances better and then visualize your story. So visualization is a very, very important capability of Datorama. Visualize is something you see in every training and in your life as well. We always, put all the words, put all the big terms, jargons, all the things for ingestion and harmonization. But you know what? Visualization after with Datorama has been a revolutionary aspect, I'll say, because it's not limited to all those 4 graphs that comes to your mind when you think about visualization. But Datorama has taken it way ahead. It has all these graphs are also widget in Datorama, and it has all the advanced widgets which helps us monitor every aspect of data. Taking an example of the goals widget, whereby you can set goals and actions. So, if you're goals and actions work hand in hand. So, you can set a goals widget whereby if my impression for my campaign or impression for my marketing activity reaches 1 million, trigger me. And it shows a goals widget which basically works as a meter, and it tells how far are you from your goal, or if you have achieved your goal, or if you are away from your goal, and so on and so forth. Actions basically are nothing but a notification tool which tells me, oh, you have reached your goal within this, or you are away from your goal, and it notifies you with all the third-party tools, or it gives you a mail in your account and tells that this is happening. Datorama also facilitates JavaScript graphs. It helps us with customized visualization as well, which helps us with many things. It offers a plate full of graphs. If you are someone who is a JavaScript guy, if you are someone who understands JavaScript at least, and if you understand indexing and JavaScript, in a basic level as well. Datorama offers you with a JavaScript mode of visualization through custom graphs and custom widgets, whereby you can create all the advanced charts that you want to like. At least for me, I have worked on the waterfall model. You know that there's a graph called a waterfall graph, which basically is a very important aspect of data modeling and data engineering, because the waterfall graphs helps understand how, say suppose I create a waterfall graph on my channel and I want to see that from last month to this month, say a metric called, say, impressions. So I see that last month to this month, how did all the channels contribute towards impressions? So when you talk of that, a waterfall model comes into play which tells that, last month it was 100, the next month it is for display, it was 100, now this month it is 200, and so on and so forth. And all these values from the channel graphs or the channels add up to the next month's or the current month's impression, and so on. Then the next month, the current month becomes the previous month, and so on. So it helps us know how each channel has been effective and ineffective as well, which helps us go back, do the homework and see what went wrong in there. That previous month's search or social did contribute a large share in the impressions, a large impression share, whereas this month it is not happening that way. There must be a reason, find it why. So waterfall has been a very successful chart in all our client integrations and client implementations. Then there are, vertical scatter plot charts. Vertical scatter plot. You have seen scatter plots, but then vertical scatter plots have been something which basically shows the scatter plot as a silo, like each month versus the channel, and a vertical scatter plot which basically tells me two things. One, how the data has performed over the month. Second, it also, if you are a data science guy and if you are looking at standard deviations, somehow it also helps you, map scatter plots, to know, what are the deviations, how close is the deviation or how far is the deviation. And if you're doing a data science modeling using Python, you can utilize that data as well. Anyways, for the graph per se, I'll say it has given us a huge amount of custom graphs that we can create using JavaScript and visualize our story. And visualization is a very important aspect of Datorama that has made the tool a very big hit. Now talking of the implementation milestones. If you talk of discovery and mockup and solution design, what we will do is we will take these two things at the end of the training someday. And we will see how we have specific templates. So when I am telling that it has specific templates, what do? We call a discovery stage of a project as the inception of the project, a project that has just been onboarded. And discovery phase and mockup phase is basically where you are gathering information. So there must have been scenarios, because I have seen these scenarios pretty much, whereby a project gets onboarded from another agency, from another client, from another company that was handling this project, and now this year they did not renew with them, but they came and renewed with, say, another agency, and you are a part of it and you need to onboard it. You will see onboarding is a very important task because you need to be aware of all the small aspects that has happened with this project earlier, and then you want to optimize the firstly when you then want to understand what was happening earlier first and get all the accesses for the databases, accesses for the tools, understand the KPIs, understand the business goals, understand what are those metrics or those dimensions. which basically contributes towards this industry I am working with. You may be a part of say 5. You may be working say for automobile. You are working with Nissan for telecom. You are working with AT&T for a retail. You might be working with a Procter and Gamble for banking. You might be working with HDFC for healthcare. You may be working with a J&J, but also all these clients are from separate domains, right? And all the clients do not want their data to be modeled the same way or the interpretations to be the same way as you want to. Like show them like what. This is what we did for Nissan and this is the same exact dashboard. I want to give you J&J and they will say that, no, this is not relevant for me. You need to make your findings relevant, your way of execution relevant, and happens in the discovery and mock-ups whereby you need to work with the client. You need to understand every small aspect that comes to your mind. You might think it's a silly question, but you don't know. That question is how important it is. So that has a separate template. We will work on that as part of a use maybe, or if we are not working that use case, what I'll do is I'll show you guys and I'll guide you guys with this discovery and mock up templates from my side so that it becomes easy for you to understand. Like looking at my client. What are the things I need to keep in mind before I go ahead and before I at least try to develop a solution for them? Solution. Get it because solution is something we have to invest a lot of brain in it. Before you are trying to do this solution design for them, it's very much important that you go ahead and ask the end-to-end implementation. These are the things. Okay, you have 5 channels. What are the processes? How do we connect them? Are there APIs for them? Is this data coming through a data source or any of your account manager is going to provide me the data? If how, what is the case? So on and so forth. So this entire holistic approach, if you have done in your day 1 of onboarding, like if I mean day 1 of onboarding, it's basically between all the days to develop your solution design, it's going to be pretty easy. Solution design is nothing but creating a design of the entire pathway and presenting it to your client. What do I mean by that? It's basically creating a flood of activities that is to happen as part of an organization. And ingestion and visualization process that you create as a solution design whereby you try to segment your data, you trend you. Firstly, you have your data and you want to bifurcate that data into various ways. Say, suppose you have paid search. You have identified a paid search. I need to classify the first position as brand, the second position as country, third position as this Facebook. How does it work? Doesn't. If I need to hard code any values, then this field that I need to hard code, this is the field I need to, use a statement which basically contains. I need to contain statement and I need to derive this part of the process. Or if I need to do a lookup, I need to do all things comes in your harmonization. You present it, then comes. How will you do it? You have to identify what are your dimensions that you need to calculate. Are your measurements that you need to calculate? What are the various, harmonizing factors like, say, you need to create a classification. You need to create a pattern for yourself to identify all things. And then arrive at your visualization whereby you say that what I will provide you with these 10 charts which I think is helpful for you. I'll provide you with 5 native, 3 custom charts, and that will help you do this part of the business. You mentioned that you need X thing. I have provided that in this way. So that's called a solution design, providing your client with a blueprint of what you are going to do next. Next comes data integration. We have discussed integration can be in many ways. We will discuss it in the next topics comes. Harmonization is a very important topic when we are talking about Datorama, because harmonization in Datorama, there are some options. I'll say that it's not that it's a set process that, oh, you go ahead and we look up and you're done for the day. No, but you have pretty much options which are scalable. Now, scalability is something which is a very important term in terms of today's world, because you may go ahead and create so. Suppose you are onboarding a project and you want to, you have a very, very tight deadline for yourself. What you do is you go ahead and creating, calculating, calculated dimensions and calculated measurements. So calculated dimension, as I say, suppose you need, okay, I need this for a brand I'll use. If else, if brand is this, then give this. Okay, I need to have click. Okay, I do this. Now that is something that people, when they are onboarding in a very tight deadline and there's nothing wrong in it, calculate dimensions are in a tool to facilitate you with these services. Definitely yes, but scalability is something which makes a process scalable and for a long term. So for long term, you need to understand, because calculated fields keep on increasing. If there's a tendency to create calculated fields. Now, what affects is that loading time, the graph loading time. You will see that your graph loads and loads and load. It fails correct. I'm sure if you work with Datorama and view of your data, if your graphs are data heavy, must have seen the graph scaling to load as well, because it's pretty much calculating on the fly, right? So if you have 100 calculated dimensions in there and you change a single date as well, it keeps on calculating, and the fly, it does its calculation and shows, and that throws up. So yeah, so harmonization, also comes up with something called, a re-immersion or something like classifications, which help you with, with normalizing all these aspects and have a smoother harmonization. And we talked about visualization. So let's not spend much time on that. Yeah, so a cloud-based business intelligence tool from Salesforce. So let's go ahead. So how do we have these? These codes split across. We have, I've named it as phases. You may call it where you wish to. We will have a Datorama overview, how the tool looks like and stuffs, and we need to understand. The most difficult part of Datorama is phase 1, because it involves data modeling. Data modeling is something which is tremendously important and which is very important. Please understand. If you don't understand, bug me, but understand data modeling. If you understand data modeling, you are 7% through with data, because everything involves data modeling and everything is all about how you want to live data. Second, we'll have ingestion API, first auto connect. We will look at data analysis using Datorama favorite tables automated report. This basically is a dump of whatever came to my mind that I write in the course outline, harmonization center, data classification pattern, nice remersions, visualizations, data drama, marketplace, custom, best parent-child formulas, goals and exercises. So every course, that every phase that we cross, or no, every topic that we cross involves an exercise for you that I'll be providing. I guess I need to provide the exercises too. To a double a current team and they will. They will basically provide this exercise off to you. Okay? And please do read, please do go ahead. I'll provide you with. Okay, so what I will be providing you with first is the training that happens in this time. Second, I'll be providing you with PDFs of the topics that we have covered each day. I'll be providing you with the PDFs which will help you go ahead and understand. Oh, we did discuss this with Winner today. I need to go back. I need to understand what are the things we have discussed and how, because the PDFs will be a bit more elaborate. I believe so. So you can go ahead and learn from them. And third aspect of that topic will be exercises, right? Simpler ones. Now let's finally discuss the platform overview. Let's take a platform overview and let's understand how things are in terms of when we talk of this platform. Datorama uses three parts of the three parts we have segregated into in Datorama. Basically, powerful business information. Married with easy to use analytics showing visualization, like we have a visualization generator which basically keeps on suggesting like these are the widgets you can use and these are the advanced parts of the business that you can go ahead. So that's basically the three parts of the business. What it does is it helps you put all your data at one place and helps you create the widgets. We have talked of widgets, right? We will talk of widgets. Widgets are important and we will spend quite a long time with widgets at the end, definitely. But then we will spend quite a time with widgets because we need to understand how widget works, what are the types of widgets, where do we need the widget, how do we need the widget and what are the ways of configuring the widgets. What are the various options available? How do we make it look better? I know that's pretty exploratory. That's pretty much it. You need to explore from your side as well. But definitely, once you know that what are the options are available in a certain widget settings, I'm sure, things are going to be smooth for you. So you have a group of people. So Datorama helps you share data across with your co-workers because you can collaborate on a workspace model. You can collaborate on a workspace level whereby you see, you are working on, say, display part of the data. Your friend is working on a search part of the data. And then when you are doing the visualizations, you are finding insights, you are finding optimizations. You can collaborate with your co-workers. Together, you guys can accomplish wonders. And Datorama allows you to do that because then Datorama gives you workspace level accesses whereby there is a workspace in which you can go ahead and plant your data and everyone from the team can. And then, together you can create a data visualization and story which will help you accomplish stuff. Datorama has advanced visualizations. You can go ahead and look at your revenue. You can go ahead and look at your sales goals, your hours. It has widgets which basically gives you a geographical view whereby how did your media cost or how did your spend, How is your spend spread across the various countries, continents, or whatever the target areas are? And you can have the advanced visuals in Datorama. You can share reports with your peers and you can optimize your campaigns. Datorama comes with 3 parts. You know there are 3 parts of Datorama that basically are the exact stepping stones when you are in the tool. Mainly we call it connect and mix, analyze and act and visualize. So connect and mix basically, as the name suggests, and I'm sure you can understand that connect and mix is nothing but connecting your data and its various integration aspects. Analyze and act is the mid form whereby you are harmonizing your data. You are analyzing the data. You are creating things which basically help you analyze the integration, and before you visualize the data, it helps you to analyze if I have my data streams correctly, if the data is flowing incorrectly, if the integration level harmonizations are done correctly or not, so on and so forth. That helps you with the analyze, and act helps you do that. And then there is a tab called visualize, which basically helps you visual, like create visuals across data. So what does connect and mix do? Connect and mix helps you to link data sources, classify and manipulate data sources, and do the various yay. So harmonization begins from the starting data. I'm aware by your, whenever you are integrating your data sources from that level itself, the harmonization begins, and yeah. So that basically is like how you classify your data, how you manipulate your data, that is to connect and mix that. Analyze and act helps you create actions, generate reports, pivot tables as well. But then pivot tables are accessible from the connected mixes, data streams to set business goals, etc. Visualize helps you create widgets, dashboards. Pages are so. Pages is like something that we will discuss during visualization. So each dashboard, in each dashboard, you can go and add pages for yourself, and you can customize those pages according to your needs by use of widgets. Right? So that's how your workspace looks like. What is a workspace? We need to understand. Do we have a workspace? So we have a workspace is nothing but an allotted space for you inside the tool where you want to go and play around with your data and integrate the data. What does it mean? It basically means that you have the workspaces which basically are nothing but placeholders or bifurcations which you have. You can create it for advertiser, customer agency, however you want to, but you want to designate a certain block of space or certain space within the data diagram whereby you can go ahead and put your data in, and you can create it and you can name it, and you can basically help it separate from your other clients, brands, advertisers, etc. You can see that workspaces can be created based on many things. Like workspaces can be created using for customers. You'd see customer 1, customer 2, customer 3. You can create the workspace based on the brands that you are working with. You can create the customers' workspaces for bifurcating the marketing agencies that are there for advertisers, and so on and so forth. So that's how you basically go ahead and and bifurcate your workspace. Workspaces can be of many types and many forms, and you can name them accordingly for your needs. Oh yeah, one more thing is, let's talk of access. Prior to that, when we were talking about access, workspace level accesses can be defined by an admin. You can, you in a workspace as well. If you have access, access can be of many types, and admin basically has edit accesses. He or she can add or remove users from the workspace. Give workspace level accesses, then they are access. There are access like partner accesses and list accesses and so on. Power user access. So all these different user accesses have different levels of access to the workspace, whereby some may be able to integrate data and delete them. Some may be capable of only viewing the data, and then some may be only viewing some parts of the workspace as well. I have seen a client. I have worked with a client pretty early in my freelance when I do work on projects and freelance as well. So for one of my freelance clients, I've seen that they had provided me with, I guess that's called a power user, whereby I could only see, certain portion of the data. Like I didn't see the connect and reach tab because they didn't want to show me how they are integrating their data, because I'm a third party person, right? So they don't want to. But then eventually, when things got screwed up, they had to give me the connect and mix and to harmonize the data. But then that's a separate story. What we are discussing is access can be of many ways. So an access to a workspace doesn't mean you have all the rights of moving around with the components of data, but then there must be an admin who is giving you with specific instructions, specific accesses, specific to your role, right? We are here, so connect and mix is the first tab that we are talking about. Connect and mix helps you to connect your data and all the questions that we have taken, which starts from connect and mix, right? So connect and mix tab basically will help you to integrate all your data, to integrate all your Excel files, to get your data from FTPs and schedule them in FTPs and SFTPs, and to get your email level data, to get your external data versus to get your internal data in forms of APIs, because I have seen most of the APIs to be there as part of Datorama, whereby you can sign up with any of the APIs and you can get your data from the APIs and you can schedule them for automation. Datorama is another. It's meant for automation. It is meant for working on simultaneous projects with seamless operational activity. Because what's the use of Datorama then? How Datorama charges you. Firstly, when we are talking of the user accesses, anyone who is aware of how Datorama charges us money? Not sure, but it might be per user. Sorry, I didn't get you. About $300 per month. $300 per month. No. I didn't ask for what is the amount, I did ask how. On what parameter does it charges? It's a viewer's level. Actually, it's not at like. User accesses is something else, but it charges you at a row level. So how many rows you have in your operational activity is how Datorama charges. When you take a Datorama access, It basically designates you with certain amount of rows, and then furthermore, if you need to use further more rows, you need to give row level money to Datorama. It basically charges you for every row. Now you understand how pricey the tool is. It is pretty pricey. Now what we and why are all these harmonizations? Why are we talking about harmonization so much? Because we want to reduce our row level costs. Whatever is relevant, keep that and don't keep your redundant data. Now you might be thinking, oh, I don't when you mean by that, you don't mean that I keep a repository from 2017 onwards, but you need to be your own judge that are you using your 2017 onwards data? If yes, good, you need to pay. If no, and if you are using, and I am very much sure a person never uses historical data on a full aspect. When I say full aspect, you don't need your data modeling. You don't need your, your waterfall charts so that it shows your trend. Because if you are at 2022 and if you have not seen your trend since 2009, if you need to see your trend from 2017, that there is something wrong that's happening. 2017 data may help you see your frame hypothesis. To look at predictive analysis models or segment data or attribution models and see how different it is, but I am sure, predominantly it's not being used. Now, if you are not using that, then go ahead and remove your redundant data, and you need to do that at every point of time. It is being said that whatever tool, be it Datorama or be it any other, be jokingly call it be it Datorama or be it Datalakshman, but ignore my joke. But then, be it any other tool, you need to go ahead and remove the redundant data because that is something which takes you back. Also, you need to keep in mind that Datorama charges you at a row level basis, so I won't be keeping any of the redundant rows and I will be always keeping the ones which are necessary. For that, Datorama has provided you with certain harmonization techniques which helps you identify and get only the tailor-made data that is required for your workspace and for your client. Coming to client and connect and mix. Connect and mix helps you with connecting data across the various sources that are present. If we take this small slide, this is a part of the connectors. When you get your access, or if you already have your access, So you can see the amount of or the diversity of data connectors present in Datorama that you can go ahead and utilize for yourself. Then there comes the APIs that are present. All these are APIs that are present in Datorama in form of Adobe Analytics, AdRoll, AppNexus, Facebook, Google Analytics. When we take APIs and when we discuss about APIs, we will discuss about all these aspects. And we will see how API can facilitate us. And what is the difference between an API, regular API, which provides us with stuffs, differ from a custom API? And how does custom API helps us get things more or customized according to our needs? And what are the deficits in a regular API? And then there comes Total Connect. By the way, this visual that you see is from the old version of the Datorama thing. Nothing has changed. It's just that the look has changed. All these things remain, just the look has changed for these, like how you see the interface. It has changed and nothing else has changed. All these options are the same, but Yeah, the logo, color, and the position. All these things have differed a bit, not changed as well. It's basically upgrading your iOS from one to another where you see a visual label change only. So Total Connect. What does Total Connect do? Total Connect basically helps you connect all other data apart from your APIs, right? And you have sales data, your Prisma data, your email sales offline, whatever is there in your mind, whatever you get from your account managers. Go ahead to a Total Connect, ingest this data from Total Connect, and go ahead and do the modeling, and you're good to go. Datorama helps you with when you are in, like in the connected mixed app, you have the data streams list, which basically helps you with the streams list. Don't worry about these things, that or where is the list. I will take it through an entire platform overview in the platform itself. But let me just show you what all are the things which are there. So data streams list, which basically gives you the list of all the data streams that are there. Data load rules, which basically helps you filter data prior to the data ingestion. And you can create rules to filter out data. Data mapping is something that is done, which is basically mapping the data. What is mapping the data? It basically how your raw data comes in and merges with the already existing Datorama model fields, not compromising the data modeling concept. That is there. Oh, that's a tough sentence, right? Your raw data comes in and then Datorama has its own model fields present. It's how you map your left-hand side columns to the right-hand side columns. The left-hand side columns being the raw data columns versus the right-hand side columns, which basically are the Datorama model fields. Correct. And how do you map them? And how do you map them correctly as for your data model and take them forward? That's basically data mapping. Deleting data. Data fusion is another activity that's done. What we don't have over here is harmonization center, which I'll take it as a part of the practical data classification. We have dimensions and measurements. Dimensions are nothing but the measurement is nothing but everything that is quantitative. So suppose your impressions or say your clicks or say your spend. So these are the things which you can do, like addition, subtraction, you can multiply, and stuffs you can do right with your data. It can be your income. It can be your whatever is quantitative, which can be added, which can be subtracted, which can be multiplied, which can be divided. Something which is quantifiable, which is quantitative, is called a measurement. And similarly, dimensions are qualitative aspects of data, which basically shows that gives you a qualitative things like your being an employee of a company. You have your employee ID, you have your age, you have your height, you have your weight, you have your what else? Employee ID, employee name if you are a non-vegetarian or a vegetarian, your religious aspects, your religious beliefs. So these are the things which are qualitative aspects of data which defines you in terms of marketing. In terms of marketing data, we can talk of campaigns, we can talk of campaign IDs, we can talk of placement IDs, brand names, country code. so on and so forth. Right? When you have the left hand part of the data, basically how it comes. Now left hand can be the measurements as well. But generally what we look at, how we look at a report. If you have pulled a report, if you have not pulled a report as well. It generally starts with date, right? So date is one of the dimensions that define that. On what date was this row processed? Then comes your campaign. Then comes your campaign ID, then comes your placement. Placement ID, ad groups, keywords, all these are qualitative ones, right? These cannot be added, subtracted. Another level of confusion happens when you try to, think like, okay, then I have an employee ID, but then employee ID is a number. Definitely, yes, but employee ID is not summable, right? So being a number as well, it can be a dimension, right? So your age is, say, suppose you are 25-year-old. That's not a summable like with another age. I don't want to sum it because I can. Your employee ID is 3210 minus 7,077. I can add these two together, but does it make sense to add two employee IDs? Do you get anything out of it? No, but do you get to know that 7777 is an idea winner? You do get it right that. Oh, okay, this is unique to him. It defines a qualitative in a qualitative manner. How is a part of this organization? So it's a dimension. It can be a number, but it is a dimension. However, things like impressions, clicks, spend, income. All these things are your share portfolio, your stocks portfolio, your mutual fund investments. All these basically can be summable. It tells a story, your equity investment plus your mutual fund investment plus your, say, pension scheme investment plus your options and futures investment, all these summable to get. If I sum them together, I can say that, say, whoever. It is Harsha, so I can say that this is Harsha's portfolio. Harsha's portfolio consists of all these 5 things, and Harsha is A. He is earning this much, or his portfolio value is this much. But if I add Harsha's employee ID with my employee ID with Rekha's employee ID with everyone's employee ID, it doesn't make sense, though it is a number. So you need to understand what are dimensions. It is qualitative. And measurements are quantitative. Nice coming to analyze and act. Analyze and act is nothing but the second tab in Datorama, which basically is an action center before we go ahead and visualize our stuffs. So it basically has goals, it has scorecards, it has reports, pivot tables, etc. Now, today is the first day of the training. Tool the time you work with Datorama. Keep this thing in mind that anything that goes out of Datorama goes in the form of a report. Okay, so anything that goes out of Datorama goes in the form of a report where you can go and add everything for yourself. And when I say anything that goes out of Datorama doesn't mean that you go and map your data stream and download it and see, no, but any harmonized thing, anything like, for 5 data streams. What was the performance of search data source in the month of May? If that is the condition, then you need to bring that data outright. So that is how you do. That is how you do through a report in Datorama. So what is a report and how does it work? It's basically when you go to report, there is a column called name. You have the export format in Excel, CSV, TSV, XTP and GDF. However you want, you can export the report. There is a time period. You can choose the time period for yourself, like last 30 days, last whatever 10 days, this week, this year, this month, whatever it is. What are the measurements that I want to take out, like impressions, etc. Dimensions can be delivery, dimensions can be campaigns, etc. A campaign name or a campaign category, whatever you choose for yourself, and then you know now if you need this report. We need to export reports at for some operations in Datorama. Say, suppose to see how the data is or how to what are, if the quality is correct. If I do need to do a random sampling of data, or then or there are operations like remersions, which is another important topic will be covered towards the last of the session, doing when we don't need to do reimmersions and then things like that we need. What we need to do is we need to bring the data out in the form of a report and feed it back. But then that is if that is a regular activity. We need to have a scheduler in mind. So we have the frequencies. We have frequencies of daily, weekly, hourly, monthly. We can also set the delivery hour. We can also set the delivery hour in here. We can have a delivery method, email FT, PS, FTP itself. And when you do that, you will see that you're under the tab of Report Scheduler. You will have a column which tells that the delivery method is email and the delivery detail of who will get the report daily is enabled. And this person gets a notification and receives the report every whatever cadence has been set right. Coming to the goals widget, we can set goals for ourselves. We can have single goal for all entities, goal ranges. We can set goals for the measurements. So if you see a goal has been set, if you see the measurement is clicks, measurement type is summable, goal type is at least we have. We have two more options. When we are there, we will see it, At least means at least whatever is defined, whatever I want to see when it reaches, say suppose I tell that at least 100 clicks notify me. So whenever it reaches 100, it will notify me that yes, you have reached your goal. And now if it goes beyond as well, like at least in between. So if I tell that the other option is in between, we'll see, when we are in the tool in between 100 to 200. When it is there, it will notify me or at least will notify me things like that. I can set a time period for my goal that between 1 to 20th July. I want to see the goal reach. If it reaches, notify me. If it doesn't, don't notify. Period granularity, entire period dimensions and measurements. If you want to dimensions, if you want to define any, you can goal granularity, so on and so forth. We will take all these things, so don't worry. So this is basically how you set your goal. It's basically 0 to 38, then red 38 to 99. It should be yellow 99 and above it should be green. And you see that widget to your right, which is like you are at 107%, so it's marked as green. There is Action Center. Action Center basically helps you get all these notifications. Now you have set your goal correct. Now you want to have your notifications. Notifications can come through. That's basically the most you know. Most goals are set when there are small goals. When there are 1 or 2 goals, basically comes to email. But then you want to keep the entire team of your optimization or analytics team geared up that if this goal is met, then we are going to do something, but that you need your entire team to be doing it. And now, If the goal is met at 3 o'clock in the morning, you're like, oh, I need to send it back when I'm back in office tomorrow. But that you have like in a third party connectors like Twilio, Slack, Webbook, which basically notifies your entire group of colleagues immediately once you have reached your goal, and it notifies you using the third party tools. And finally, we are at Visualize. Visualize is nothing but how your visuals look like. So when you go to Visualize tab, you can see, this is an all collection of all the dashboards. When you filter the dashboards, inside the dashboards, you can create pages. So when you see 41 pages, 81, 18 pages, 33 pages and all those things, so you basically go ahead and create pages in your dashboards. So these are dashboards, and then the dashboard name over here is this facial lenses, and all these are pages. Right? All these inside the dashboard is pages called the various pages that you want to. It can be split across. Say search, social display. All these three are like three separate dashboards. Or you can have, in one view, you can have all your channel dashboards, and then all these pages can be for different brands. Together, you can have different brands dashboards in the different pages that you define for yourself. Correct. All these are examples of the various widgets in dashboards whereby you can see there are goals, sales goal, revenue goal, marketing goals. We have forecasting, whereby we have total revenue versus marketing spent, and then we have these forecasted revenue and forecasted media insights. That comes from Einstein, or you have finally found it from your goals widgets. So we have channel analysis. All these are widgets that you can create as part of the data visuals where you can have your KPIs, trending and forecasting, marketing spend, digital advertising, share of digital advertising, etc. So this is your workspace, like how you create a widget. Basically is you go to the plus symbol, you drag something and then you put your measurements and dimensions for a bar graph. You can choose a bar graph. We will see this. We can define your clicks and impressions, and then you can create your bar graphs, your charts, whatever is there. User settings. Yes, this is something that comes for your workspace, whereby you have your training of your users' workspaces. Global view of things, whereby the users tab you can define, what is your user, who are you, and your admin can set your user credentials in there, and workspaces will allow you to workspace. So workspaces will allow you to if you're working for multiple projects, you can switch your workspace from the tab that you see from your user settings, and you can switch to the different workspaces that you have access for, right? So that's all about. This is how Datorama is supposed to log in. You have to go to platform Datorama.com. And you need to. You can go ahead and you can see that these are the things that are there. As I mentioned, this is overall the tool. You have the connect and mix, analyze and act and visualize. These are the three things that are there as tabs which you need to do and venture out regularly when you're working with it. We have the marketplace that's called a custom marketplace. Marketplace is nothing but some of the ready-made connectors that Salesforce gives us. All are acquired by Datorama, by Salesforce, and some of them are partnered with Salesforce. But the ultimate goal is providing with more insights, providing with some of the informative insights. Which basically can be a part of the marketplace. You can consider them as apps, which are there for your health. You can see it's being escalated by Datorama, by Salesforce, by Nibbler, by Chic. All these are developers who have developed these apps for Datorama. Not only for Datorama per se, I'll say for the entire Salesforce marketing cloud. Some of them can be cross-used, maybe across the Salesforce platforms, but then they are pretty much true for Datorama as well as we speak. These apps can be used along with your native dashboards, whereby you need to say, let's say you want to do something like a media pacing app, which is there. When you want to do a media pacing, you need to connect all your data sources and then you can have customized visuals or visuals that you want to aspire for. These are apart from the entire work that you do in dashboarding. You can just import these apps. These apps can be after you have installed. They can be like one of the pages in your dashboard, along with the native dashboard. You can take advantage of these apps and you can create as much as creative insights you want to. Because we have Brandwatch, which is like, I guess, if any one of you have worked on social listening, Brandwatch is one of the important tools in that medium. We have cross-channel marketing performances. We have customer insights, which you can go ahead. There are free apps and then there are paid apps. Free apps are something which you can. Once you have your accesses, you can just go ahead and download the free apps from the marketplace. If you're an admin, you can do it yourself. If you're not an admin, you need to ask your admin that, can you please provide me access to it, or can you please download it off to my workspace? You can use it as part of your dashboard and create numerous visuals, which basically becomes an add-on with your native graphs. This is the marketplace. Now coming to connect and mix. Connect and mix is the most important part and the first part in data ingestion. Whereby when you go to the left pane, you'll see data streams, and these all are data streams basically. If you want to connect something, you can go ahead and you can connect your data. Once you have connected your data, so how do you do that? These are data streams where you go to create new. As shown yesterday, we have Total Connect, we have Light Connect. I'll explain what Light Connect is, but for now we can keep it light maybe. Because we do use it, but I'll tell you when we use it. But it's not that major, but we'll take it as a topic afterwards. For now, let's talk about Total Connect. Total Connect is nothing but I can see the look and feel. The appearance has changed a bit. Do we have any option to go back to the same view mode? which we shared in previously. Yeah, we did have that switch to go back to that edition, but previously what we had now. Previously, this view wasn't beta testing. Because I have a friend who works in the support team of Datorama itself, and I was in discussion with him. He said this was a view that was being discussed since last year maybe. But they did implement because people were pretty much used to the older view of data and mapping. But now they have introduced, and at least I don't see any button that tells me that you can go back to the old mode now because it is already launched and the platform is updated. Yes, thank you. No problem. Total Connect basically helps me upload flat files. Upload all the things that I want to upload which are not there as form of API. So that's basically a short description, maybe. Like you have a CSV, you have an Excel, you have whatever format. And you can go ahead. If you have a JSON, if you have a JSS, if you have something like that, you already have those things as part of the. So if you go to Total Connect, you can see that you have the technical vendors, Atara, AWS, Athena, Google Drive, Spreadsheets, Python. However, Scholar Server FTPs reports. So you mostly like whatever you use as part of the Total Connect process. You get everything that you can connect from. Previously, Amazon S3 used to be not there. Like many things used to be not there, but now as need has come in as the platform has updated itself. We see mostly all the connectors. We see S3, we see Redshift, we see Azure Blob, and so on and so forth. You have Drive, you have spreadsheets, OneDrive, and each organization is different from the other. So they have their own set of databases. I know 3 clients which I have worked with. They're using Redshift, one is using S3, one is using Snowflake. So basically, everyone has their own choice and Datorama updated itself. Now, apart from that, if you have a flat file that you want to upload in there, which I want you, if you have time, then go ahead and explore with your formats. So you can go ahead and you can just choose the file wherever it is there as an Excel or as a CSV, and you can start connecting your data. So that's about Total Connect. Then when you go from data stream list to there are data load rules. Data load rules, and we will take it as a separate topic, but to give an overview, data load rules basically help us. As I said, how does Datorama charges? Datorama charges us on row level row basis. Yesterday we have discussed this. So when we know that I'm charged on a row level, so what is that I want to do about it? I want to remove redundant rows and I want to keep only the things that are helpful to me and that are needed. And not redundant data. So data load rule is first way of filtration, as I say. It's pretty similar to the quick filter that you have in if anyone has used Tableau. Once you connect your data, you get a data pane whereby your data is shown in a tabular mode. You get to see the columns, you get to see the dimensions, your measurements. Then you have a quick filter above whereby you can do the first level of filtering, maybe when the data comes into Tableau. So data load rules are somewhat like that, whereby say suppose I have 4 agencies giving me data and I want 3 agencies only. So I can go ahead and create a rule in Datorama whereby what it will do is it will filter out the other one and give other filter out the agency that we don't want. And it will be supplying us with data as alike for the 3 relevant agencies that we wanted. It's kind of a filter that comes in the first, but then it comes with some advanced packages as well, whereby you can use operators. I'm sure everyone knows what are and or not operators, right? Okay, cool. So when you have operators, life becomes a bit easy for you. That's because when you have multiple conditions to be fulfilled while filtering our data, at that point of time what you need is operators because say suppose you have 2 conditions. I'll say that I want data for United States. Okay, in my data I have United States and I have 4 states under US. So what I say is I want data for US. But not for all the 4 cities, but I want it for 2 cities. So if there are 2 conditions, what we need to do is, which is basically a if statement that you write. So data load rules comes very handy, whereby it helps us use operators in the entire system and filter out my data. So that's it, like a first level filtering that you can do. You have to keep in mind that data load rules are created before a data stream is created. Okay, because what you do is you apply the rule when you create the data stream. Now, it doesn't mean that if I have an existing data stream, why we say that it is created before the data stream. Because once you create a data load rule, if you create the data stream as the next process, then in that process itself you can add your rule and save it off. Let me give you an example. Say, suppose now. So if you are someone who is careless like me, then you don't rename your data streams and your data streams come as total connect and then total connect 1, then total connect 2 and then you go ahead and see like oh, I had to rename it and stuff. So always do name your data streams while you're creating it. So if I just go to edit, so we have this. This is basically when we edit a data stream. There is something called load rules. So don't worry about these. We will go in detail and we will see how things work. But when I'm creating a data stream with a given set of data, why I'm not going is because we have not discussed mapping. We have to discuss mapping before I take you guys to creating the data stream as well. So you need to map your data and then you arrive at a screen like this which has load mode load rules. So this is basically the data load rules. Now, if you have created your data load rule before creating your data stream, what you can do is you can go ahead and select from here itself the load rule and it works perfectly while you save it off. Now it doesn't mean that if I have a data stream and if I have a load rule created later, I cannot create it. No, that is nothing. There is nothing like that. But just that you need to go and repeat this process of editing the data stream, selecting the rule or unselecting the rule. And that's why it is said that data load rules are created before you create a data stream. Okay. This got changes. Don't worry, we will go through it. Data mapping. Data mapping is, I just talked about mapping. Mapping is nothing but mapping your left hand side stuff to your right hand side stuff. So what comes in left hand side is basically my raw data columns, which can be very much seen using the data mapping visualizer, whereby it is giving me what all are the things that all do I have in my external data. So external data always comes to your left, and internal data, as in internal data, means the data model or Datorama model fields which are already present for your help. So when you put a file which has campaign from your left hand side, when it comes in, it automatically identifies that. Oh, okay, so he has chosen campaign, which means it identifies that it is a campaign and it basically helps you with it. Helps you with identifying the column campaign and mapping it to the data model campaign. Okay, and then you have the external data and the data models mapped together. We will go through that again in detail in some time. We have data source authentication. Let's not get into it. It's nothing but checking your authentication and creator type level. All these things we can create workflows. Let's jump to Harmonization Center. Harmonization Center contains data, classification patterns, harmonized dimensions. So we will go through each of these topics and we will see what that they mean. Harmonization Center as a whole has, I don't have any pattern or classification rules created in my Harmonization Center because it's a training workspace. But we will create and we will see how it works. What is classification? Has anyone worked on any kind of classification earlier? Or do you have any idea what classification means? Not in Datorama but anywhere. If you have done any form of classification, like segmenting data, it is segmenting data. It is like you have multiple companies called. You know that you have book of business or you have a classification sheet that you refer to. In order to segment your data into various by delimiters, maybe. Or like you have a code and then you have the name beside the code which you want to refer to. You have a classification sheet basically. So that's data classification for you, in which you can upload your data classification sheet and you can make your raw data refer to that classification sheet and do that. We can create rules. We will create rules and we will see how it works. Coming to patterns. Patterns are another type of harmonization tool which basically identifies the pattern of your data and segments it. So if you see that, if you have put a dimension, so you need to select any dimensions over here. So if you select the campaign name, dimensions, so it basically goes and fetches all the types of campaign dimension present in your workspace. So if you select one of them and if you select and apply, what it does is it processes all the values that comes in delimiters. So if you can see that it's coming as the first value, the second value after delimiter, the third value after delimiter, the fourth value and the fifth value. So, but there are some not valid coming as well. So those not valid are basically coming for all the campaigns which are not set up like this or some other reason. What are the reasons? We will discuss when we are discussing patterns. But pattern is something which also helps you segregate your data into various positions. And then you can use this as well as classifications and whatnot. Harmonized dimensions. We will see what are harmonized dimensions. And like you will see whenever you create patterns, whenever you're creating a pattern, just understand this. Whenever you are delimiting a campaign or a site name or anything, and you're putting a name for it, this thing is becoming an individual. Let me select one. So whenever you put a name for this and save, always remember that this is becoming an individual dimension. Correct. Position 2 is becoming an individual dimension. You may put the name as quarter, or this is year, or this is like company name. A company name becomes a dimension. It's as good as a calculated dimension for you. Correct. So or the fourth position as NC, whatever. So that's something that's not what we are looking for. What is there in this campaign or not? But all these components in delimiters or after delimiters or before delimiters, these become individual columns and they are as good as harmonized dimensions, right? Basically, what I mean by harmonized dimension is I can use this company name while a dimension in any of my reports or any of my visuals that I want to use. I can use this as a dimension and I can populate values alongside correct. So when we do that, what happens is in harmonized dimensions, we get to see all these dimensions that I've created using harmonization methodologies. Just one question on related to patterns. So when the taxonomy or the names are not proper, then we can't use the patterns feature, right? We can because there is something called a manual setup. So it depends how you classify your data then. So first is so you have identical campaigns as well in your taxonomy, right? Which forms a set, which forms what you need to do is you need to identify how you want to do it. So suppose you have 20 campaigns, among which 10 of them matches to your matches and then rest 10 are not matching because they are different to each other. But your first 10 gets classified. You can have the rest. What are not being classified? And then you can create another pattern. Whereby if the fifth position is the second position over there, you can use another pattern. Or else you need to go back to your data team and ask them to fix the taxonomy. But there are ways in which you can segment a pattern and you can get the data. Yeah, definitely. You are correct that is a longer process though to do that. Rather than that, if you have an uniform way of doing it, then definitely you can go ahead and uniform. You can maintain the uniformity when everything is identical. But then there are what do you call to guard the senses, which you can also like in your patterns. And you can have those non-classified ones, but the given that all the positions are there, but they are not in the same position as you want them to. You can do that process, but if it is at all a different, so if it is something like Amazon is the name and then other campaigns are named like this, definitely this Amazon guy will fall apart from the rest and you need to go back to the team to maintain uniformity. Okay, for example, position 2 says Q4, Q3, Q1, right? For example, one of the campaign name was not set properly. And in position 2, we are seeing company name also. So at the time, do you prefer making another pattern or is there any way to make changes in the pattern itself? Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, so if the second position tells you Q4 and company name comes in there. So there are ways you can, so I won't say that, create another pattern unless needed. If it is at all needed for you. So there comes classification and pattern, working hand in hand with itself. So patterns and classification does work hand in hand, because what I'll say is, if say suppose 50% of your campaigns have been split using patterns, the rest 50% is something which is not aligning to the delimiters or not aligning to the positions that you want them. They are not as good as the rest 50 which have already matched. Though that, go ahead, create a data classification sheet for yourself whereby you can just go ahead and maybe define the classifications, and then you can upload and then you can get back. Like, you can just classify your data accordingly, and you can classify those campaigns which are not following the pattern. But if you see another pattern forming in there, so do go back and classify those, because once you have classified, say suppose position 3 in this pattern is company name and in your other pattern if necessary. So I'm saying that if there is a huge chunk of campaign which you want to classify, create another pattern in which position, whatever position is you want, and then you can go to your harmonized dimensions. And then there are ways to. There are ways in which we can have both of them defined in a single dimension, and we can go ahead. We can use formulas, maybe we can use contains, we can use if else formulas whereby we can use colleagues, maybe to call these functions, whereby we can define that. This and this column means the same to me. So go ahead and you can. There are multiple ways, basically, but it depends on what's your need. If you have 5 campaigns which are unclassified, why to go for another pattern and do all these roundabout methods? Just go ahead. When we put 2 patterns, then the dimension name, whatever we gave here, that will be the same, right? It will be the same for the pattern. Yeah, got that, got it, okay, thank you. Cool, no problem. We will discuss patterns in detail. So then we will take like examples and we will see how to work on that. Rest like there is another function of extract and not extract. So when you don't extract, you don't want your position 2 to be extracted and you want only 1 and 3 and 4. What do you do with position 2? Because in structure the data, structurally it is there, right? But you don't want it as part of a data classification or you don't want it as a dimension. So what do? Is you just toggle this button. Once you toggle this button, it basically extracts, and once you toggle this back to the left, it basically doesn't extract. But technically, as a data structure, as a data model, how things are, this doesn't change, but your output changes with 1, 3 and 4 getting classified as separate columns together. Oh, cool. Then we have dimensions. We have calculated dimensions. We have hierarchy. We have data fusion. We have measurements. These are very important things. Calculated dimensions and measurements are like the functions which you will use at your fingertips every day, I believe. But then, as I mentioned, we will look for scalable methodologies as well. Because scalable methods are needed when we are working with any tool. You keep on creating calculated dimensions for yourself. One day it will happen that things will take time to load. So see 3 calculated dimensions and this is taking time. Now think of what? I don't know what you will think, but 200, 300, 400 dimensions in there. And automatically, what happens is once you change a date for a calculated dimension, it keeps on calculating on the fly, and then you use these calculated dimensions or calculated measurements in your dashboards. What happens is everything goes for that loading mode, and it keeps on loading and finally it crashes. So why to go for these things? But then will I not use calculated dimensions? I will, because it is easy. It is very easy for me to write formulas in there and create a dimension or define something in there. Or like I'm onboarding a new project or I'm taking work from someone new. What is to be done? Okay, these are the things which will fetch you this dimension. Okay, I'll write a calculated dimension, but when I'm done, when my project is at a maintenance state, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and use the more scalable methods which help me in the longer run. And it lessens my loading time. Loading speeds correct. We have calculated measurements. Can anyone name me? I have just one calculated measurement, maybe that you have used sometime. CP. Sorry. CP. CPS, CPM, CPC, correct? So yeah, those are calculated measurements. You know that. And then you have filtered measurements, and then we have the Media Transparency Center. Media Transparency Center is not part of this course, but in our discussion with your management. We have taken it up, like I've taken it up as one theoretical discussion that we will have, because media transparency is a very important topic together when it comes to Datorama, because you know what Media Transparency Center does. It basically helps you compare your planned data with your actual data. So if you have worked with tools like Prisma or Media Tools, these are tools whereby the planned data, you get your planned data from in which it is aspired. Like this is my planned data, how my execution is, how I want my campaigns to work, what is it, and what are the placements, and what are the ad server placements that I want to target, and how it is done. And then it is tallied with the delivered data that you get from the various DCMD PT60s. And what you do is you tally both the data and you see it at server placement, ID level. How did my planned data react to my, can I react? Okay, nothing. So Media Transparency Center helps you to do the IO management and compare the plan versus actuals. So yeah, so that's about connect and mix. And then we go to analyze and act, in which we have Mr. Einstein Marketing Insights. It's basically the AI banked insights section in which there are insights bots, where you can select your KPIs and you get a direction increasing or decreasing. And it helps you with certain analysis. You can add your filters of whatever you filter you want. And this bot basically keeps on running and it gives you whatever KPIs you have chosen. It basically analyzes the ongoing data at real time and provides you with insights which are helpful. Now I have seen those insights. I've worked on those insights and I've seen that more than an insight, it gives you a direction towards finding the insights. And that is, I'll say that it is a very good feature. We should not depend on Einstein insights, as whatever it gives it to me, I'll place it in a widget and I'll showcase it. People do that as well. But that is more of a, this is more of a directional tool which tells me what this event has happened in your campaigns or in your email deliveries. If you're working with Salesforce Marketing Cloud, it basically tells you that in your deliveries this has happened, or in this to this date there was a shift in. And there was a movement in that metric as a whole. And you can just go ahead and check if things are going properly, or if there was a longer spike. It gives you, there was a longer spike in between this to this date, and you can go ahead and check in your data what has happened. And you can go back to the story, because you will see that when there is a spike, there is a story behind it. If your graph is going at a regular speed, and then if people are into stock markets, or if you have seen stock markets or equity, or if you are doing any options trading or futures trading, anything, you will see that the market is going, which we call as market going sideways, where there is even uneven journeys, and then there is a drop, or then there is a lift. What happens? Why does it happen? Because there's some news that has come up, right? Maybe the other day it happened. The repo rates have increased. The government introduced it to control inflation. So what happened? The market, reciprocated in a certain manner. You see people, you see some sectors going down, you see banks going up, and all those things happening. So whenever there is a spike in any form of in any data, that is where your lookout should be whenever you're reporting anything. So it's not about Datorama or Tableau SQL or Excel, but always look for all those events that has helped spike your data from an unusual position to a position that needs to be looked at. You will see that there is some story behind and something 11, maybe a product launch, maybe an endorsement, maybe a tie-up, maybe an acquisition. And it's all part of your sales funnel or the marketing channel marketing funnel, which helps you to, identify situations, identify how my campaign was strategized. What is it that helped me? What creative or what keywords or what was structurally, what was my campaign looking like, or what my strategies were looking like, which geared this up. There may be a campaign launch, but if it is an existing campaign that has shown a spike, that's where people have reciprocated to something. Maybe a new creative that you have put in your campaign, or a new set of rich ads which you have just uploaded has gone for the hit. And you can use those things for your other analysis, other setup, other segmentations, other attributions, other analysis as well, which will help you, in a holistic success for your campaigns. You can go ahead and tell your account managers about it. And they may go ahead and make it changes, or may not go ahead and make changes, but say that this is a good find. That's a big win. So that's how Einstein works. Then there is goals. Goals we have discussed the other day, whereby you can set goals for your measurements that if impressions for my entire period at least okay. So that's how you can select your goal. And firstly, you'd have to name it. You have a measurement that you want to look at. There is goal type. A goal type is basically, at least exactly and at most, and then you can choose your period granularity. You can have your dimensions, whatever dimensions, if you want to be dimensions. Then single goal for all entities. We will discuss what is an entity as well. So you can set your goals over here, and then you can monitor your goals by setting up notifications from the action center, activation center, and you can create actions, which basically helps you create, notifications, as we have discussed this yesterday as well, through emails, through Twilio, through Slack, and all the other things that comes in between. We have reports. We have discussed yesterday that anything that goes out of Datorama goes to a report. You can create a report and you can choose the various and give a report name export format. All these setups are there. Then you have a pivot table which is as similar to your Excel pivot table. And all these topics are separate topics. So I'm just going ahead with, these discussions very quickly so that I can go ahead with the next topic. We have Tableau data connection, whereby you can use Datorama as two ways. You can use Datorama as a data engineering tool, and then you can use it as a holistic tool for visualization as well. But if your client is someone who is working on Salesforce and he has taken up and he wants that visualization to be in Tableau, what you can do is you can use Datorama as an automated repository whereby you have APIs. You have connected your data to APIs, you have harmonized your data in Datorama, and your thing is ready. Now that your data is ready, you can use Tableau data connection, whereby your visualization happens in Tableau, and we will discuss it how it happens. The last thing is visualization. These are your dashboards which you have, and in each dashboard you can create pages. So if you have an add new, it gives you a blank dashboard or pages. So blank dashboard page, whereby that's like a canvas for you. And what you can do is you can choose the various widgets that are already there for you. And then you can create custom widgets as well if you know JavaScript. You can put images, you can have rich text, headers, etc., etc. So that's how you select your widget and you add data to it. I don't know what data is already in here, but if I have put anything like impressions, and maybe I don't know what is the campaign is there. Campaign is there, but I'm not sure like if there is any data anything. So it's showing a default campaign. That's how your tables come into being, and all these other widgets you can use as part of the visualization. And also you can create custom visualizations. We will see one or two such stuffs which you can bring in and integrate as a Datorama. A widget if you know JavaScript, and we will take it forward from there. So we have data models. Why do we need a data model, and what is a data model, and what do we learn in this session? So we learn what is a data model. How do we categorize our data? We will. We have discussed measurement versus dimensions. I will take it in a detail so that it gets engraved and you do not forget it anytime soon or later. Identifying what are entity keys, what are names, attributes, dates and variables. We will see how to verify relationships. Be awake when I am teaching relationships, because that is what is going to take you and that is going to be the food for thought after this session. And you will be always, talking about how to verify entity relationships while we map them. So, and identifying data set types or classifying the various data sets into the various buckets, which helps me with further harmonization. Before we go ahead and before we talk about the media And before we go talk about Datorama fields or Datorama how it works or how it is set up, let us understand what is a placement. Anyone who knows what is a placement? A placement is a, in other terms, we can call it any term which contains the specific information within the campaign, like targeting audience group. Not really. It is like the art space which is available in the website. Correct. Where the creative is being placed, whether it is above the board or below the board. Exactly. You are right, Salman. So placeholder is nothing, but it is a placeholder for your ad. So if I talk of this publisher website site New York Times, and James Patterson Masterclass being my campaign, the ad that you see is called a placement. The campaign that we run is called a masterclass, and and the campaign that you currently see, the masterclass campaign, and the placement that you see, or it is also, there are various types of placement. This is called a banner ad, and this banner is basically the placement. So a placement is a placeholder for your ad. The placeholder remains where it is, but you will see, due to ad shuffling and ad scheduling, the placements keeps on changing. So the placements change, and today there is a James Patterson Masterclass campaigns placement, like James Patterson Masterclass campaign running. It is at tomorrow. It can be anything else, maybe a Nestle Maggie, or like a Tesla running its car. Ad that you can have in the placement. So the campaign is displayed in two sites, New York Times and Facebook. So these are called publisher sites. So what is a publisher site? A publisher site offers me inventory in which I can display my ads. So I have worked with one of the largest publishers till today, and which is also a search engine company, which is a search engine. Basically, I have worked in that company as well, and whereby we used to see people coming up with there are calendars in which the creatives run for the various placements that, or the inventories that people have to offer to the various clients for displaying their ads. Now you will not see the same ad always, because there is something called ad shuffling. There is something called ad scheduling, whereby a scheduler basically shuffles an ad after a given point of time. Then there are ads which are called HPTO ads, or homepage takeover ads. What is a homepage takeover? Whereby the entire homepage is taken by an advertiser, and the entire day you see the same ad while you log into that particular website. You will see that the homepage has been taken. You will see companies, when they come up with any of the new launches or new campaigns or new products or new changes. Latest I saw, like, Grofers becoming Blinkit. So when Grofers became Blinkit, basically doing HPTOs in a regular basis, whereby whenever you go to the certain search engine and search for anything, you will see one of the placements in one of the publisher websites, which basically is showing the entire day that Blinkit ad that comes up. So now we're here in this example. We have the masterclass campaign, and this basically gets showed up in New York Times and Facebook. The yellow square represents the advertising space on the site, which is called placement, and which is called, which is which in Datorama terms is called a media buy. Now, from here itself, while we are talking Datorama, we will call placements as media buy, and let's abide by it. And let's everyone, let's talk placements as media buy and nothing else. And let's not forget this because in the next lessons, when we are mapping data, when we are harmonizing data, we are doing this, that, whatnot. And we are talking of media buys. We should not think like, after a good night's sleep that what is a media buy and why are they talking about media buys. So it's nothing but placements that we call as media buy. So again, this is an area rented out to an ad to advertise the masterclass campaign. That's basically your masterclass campaign, which is the creative. And this place and placement can hold anything. Like, it can hold an image, a graphic, a short video, rich ads. Anyone who knows what's a rich ad. Interactive. Extend the images. Sorry. One at a time, please. So have extend the images. So it can have everything basically that can have a GIF. Moreover, Richard isn't. Richard can be engaged and engaging and as well. It can contain a GIF. It can campaign content like, anything from a short video to an image or anything. And basically a placement can also accommodate and a graphic, an image, a short video. You can see clickable stuff as well, whereby you move your cursor and the ad moves along with your cursor, or you go to a placement and as you move your cursor, you see the ad revealing itself. So all those are parts of rich ads in a particular publisher website, right? So let's recap. We have sites like Times, Facebook, CNN, BBC. We have the James Patterson Masterclass campaign running. A publisher rents out advertising spaces and those spaces are called media buys in the site. They are called and we will call them as media buys. But in other terms, they are also called. They're generally called placements and. In Datorama, we will call the placements of media buys. These media buys are rented out to the advertisers periodically. Advertisers use them to display campaigns. Right? And if today we have the James Patterson ad running the selected campaign, tomorrow it can be a Gordon Ramsay teaches cooking. And it's so, basically the placement is part of the website. But that the campaigns create and creatives keep on changing. And the campaign can be the same as well, but the creatives keep on changing. It can be a masterclass Gordon Ramsay and that has come. Right. So what is in data model and why do we need a data model? So a data model is a framework onto which absolutely all the data is applied and it is an abstract flowchart of data relationships. It provides with aggregation of contexts from various sources determines data attribution to ensure flexibility and accuracy in slicing the data. So when we call it as a framework onto which on all absolutely all the data is applied, we mean that it's It's like a data structure in which all your data gets structured. How that your data may come in various shapes, in various forms, with various components, which can be identical or non-identical. But when you have the data model and you know the relationships that going in the model, you can map them to the data model fields. It can be a sales data. It can be a plant data. It can be a media tools data. If while we talk about those, it can be a search data. It can be a social data. It can be a display data. But if your mapping, if your understanding of the data model is perfect, then you can actually go ahead and map whatever data, be it digital, non-digital marketing, non-marketing data. If you understand relationships and if you map the things correctly, it basically falls into the same framework and it acts as part of the framework and it helps you to create a scalable model whereby if you filter something, not only your digital data gets classified, but also the non-digital or the non-identifiable Datorama data, like non-identifiable data, which is not identifiable by Datorama as an existing model, but based on relationships when you map them correctly. It basically falls into the same framework and helps you. It's a flowchart of data relationships. We have talked about data relationships. What is media like or what is placement? Why is placement, taken as? Why is placement being taken and why not campaign or why not site medium being taken as the data relationship? Granular thing for an ads data set or for a conversion tag. Why is it that the conversion tag is being taken as the main entity for the data set or for a search data set? Why are keywords taken as the main entity for a search data set? We need to understand these things whereby, we need to understand what is the lowest level of granularity in a data set and we need to identify that as the main entity. Because when we find the lowest level of granularity in a data, every other component in the data set basically has some relationship with this granular data, with this granular, the granular. Column or the component with. The most granular component is the with it all the other components have some of the other relation which we can establish and thus this most granular part of our data set becomes the main entity which not only keeps relationship with all the other components in the data set but also helps us build relationships with other data sets which also may have the same granular component or any other component that they have, but there will be shared entities which will help them culminate, which will help us culminate all the data sources together and put it in the form of data model. Aggregation of data. Yes, aggregation of data is pretty much necessary because you may have data coming from 5 sources, but nothing is aggregating. There is no need. Every data source is acting as individual silo that doesn't give you any kind of information. Neither you can put a report, neither you can create a dashboard, no you can fetch any insights, no you can do any kind of optimization unless you have all the things coming in an aggregated manner. Correct? Data attribution, definitely data attribution. We have mentioned attribution is nothing, but attribution is attributing or giving credit to all the sources which has brought us the last level, purchase or conversion from happening. So data attribution is nothing but all those components coming together, all these data sets, All these data sources coming in a single data model to attribute or to give credit to all the components which are mapped correctly in a certain manner framework. And in a framework with correct data relationships, with correct and aggregations, which basically attributes towards the accuracy and slicing the data. So if I'm slicing the data by date, campaign site, my impressions, clicks, retweets, tweets, viewability, or bounce rates, or views, or everything gets accurately sliced for that campaign or for that date, for that campaign, for that site where if I want the accurate slicing happening, we need to keep in mind the data. Why is it important? It is important because the main challenges in working with data is cumbersome, time consuming, and data pre-processing is something that we spend time on. Yes, it's a cumbersome process which takes time. You will see that you receive your data and you visualize your data. You know that these two things happen very smoothly. I won't say it happens very smoothly while ingesting your data. You need to. You have many dependencies, but then the most time consuming part is this part whereby you are harmonizing the data and you are aggregating the data together. You're checking the quality of the data. You're checking what went wrong, what is the right, where are duplicates, what has been wrongly mapped, correct. The need to unify business insights from different sources. Yeah, so once you have unified all the things, you can come up with business insights. But if you are not able to unify your data correctly and according to the data model, how will you find any insights? Because you don't have the holistic view of the data, and you need a holistic view of the data in order to find insights for yourself, comparing and analyzing data from various sources using in uniform criteria. Yes. So again, comparing, analyzing data from various sources, we need to unify, maintain uniformity. We need to aggregate them and then only we get it. The data model places different sources, structures, data set type on the same schemas. It's very self-explanatory. You may read it once more and we just need what does. The data model allows us to structure and organize our data to establish clear relationships in our data and derive insights and merge multiple data sources and formats right. This is an interesting thesis whereby you see 60% of your data or 60% of the share of work that you do is gone in cleaning and organizing data. This is really true, right? This is pretty true. We do spend this much of time in cleaning and organizing. But when we look at the data from this standpoint in Datorama and its framework and data model, we see a pretty good, now at least when we are at the start of the training, a pretty good potential in data model which helps us to get rid of this. So yeah, this slide tells that you can teach Datorama to do that. So once you have established mapping, Datorama does the rest for you. Yeah, so this is where what I was talking of, bringing together insights from various sources. So as I said, your data sources come in different shapes altogether. When I say different shapes, there is structure in the different right. Maybe some things are same, but then every source has its own unique ability which differentiates it from one of the other. So if you see these 3 Facebook ads, Twitter ads and double, click Campaign Manager, you will see that date and campaign are the two things which is present in all the three data sources, right? However, the unique metrics that these sources bring are reach photo views, likes and retweets, revenue and conversions. So these are some of the unique things now. Retweets I'll not get from Facebook and double click. Similarly, Facebook and double click has its own set of things which are not present in the other sources. But campaign and date are the columns which are present in all these three. So yeah, it's been described as a puzzle in which each of these data sources are equally important. And if all the other sources act as individual silos. We have nothing as inference, but we are always wandering around how to do or how to keep all these fragmented data together so that we can see the bigger picture. So data model helps us by connecting the data sources, by identifying the common denominators and report seamlessly. So we need to find a common denominator by browsing through the data model, which will take us through and which will help us identify the end goal. So as mentioned, campaign underscore name and campaign name, all the three things that are alluding towards the same thing. So data model. First thing is data model helps us with standardization. We need standardization across the identical columns that comes from the different sources. So data model helps us in standardization. Now all the three campaign underscore name and campaign name attributes the same dimension, and data model helps us in identifying and unifying them together. Now, if you see these three sources whereby Facebook ads has date campaign reach photo views, Twitter ads has a campaign masterclass 17 running whereby it has 1 likes and retweets. And then, the double-click campaign manager has revenue and conversions running for the same masterclass campaign. So if I have if I have the view that I want is the last 2 lines, right? Whereby we have the date, we have a campaign name, and I want to see for this single campaign, how much are the reach likes, revenue and conversions, though all these are coming from different sources, but I want to see them one beside the other. And this is possible when the data model is set properly so that it helps us not only with unification. Firstly, it helps us with standardization. So campaign names are different in different sources, but we have a standard name, campaign name, which basically acts as the campaign name for all the three sources. Then it helped us with unification. We unified all these tools together, all the three sources together, channels together, not channels, but data sources together. And thirdly, it helped us with aggregation. It helped us aggregate the data and show up. So these things are possible only when my data model is done correctly. Any questions, guys? No, I'm from my side. Next comes categorizing our data. This is one of the very important categorization that we need to do for the data when we receive. We have discussed this, right? So data has to be classified into two things, dimensions and measurements. Dimensions have entity dimensions and general dimensions, and under entity dimensions, we have an entity key, entity name, and entity attribute. However, in general dimensions, we have data and variable dimensions. Let's look in detail about the measurements and dimensions. Yesterday we have discussed, so measurements, as we have discussed, are quantitative ones. Dimensions are qualitative ones. Measurements can be used with operators like mathematical operators, whereby they can be aggregated, they can be subtracted, they can be used for calculations. However, the dimensions are qualitative metrics which defines the qualitative aspects of the data, and it helps us know the time, know the measurements better by quality, like by quantify the measurements better based on the qualitative attributes that they provide as well. So let's see like how it helps us. So in an Excel, if you have 10,000 impressions written, does it make any sense to you? No, right? So if you have a date, so here we are seeing how a quantifiable measurements becomes helpful when we add dimensions to it. So we add a date column to it, to an impression column. Now I know, like the year, month or day in which the impression was garnered. Next comes geolocation. So now I know that for this date in NYC, I have this in this. So this gives me an impression, this gives me info about the state, country and continent. Next comes campaigning. So now I know for this date in New York City for the campaign masterclass. Next comes the campaign category in the campaign masterclass in category of e-learning. Next comes the placement ID. That for this placement ID we have this now. Single column never makes any sense to us and we won't be inferring anything out of it. But when it is, it is culminated along with, it is married along with the dimensions at place. It starts making sense to us because now we have the various other factors which helps us know from where these impressions have come up, from which location, from which campaign, from what category, from which placement, on which date, and then these 10,000 impressions start making much more sense to us. Now dimensions can be of many ways yesterday. We were discussing that a number can be a number, can be a dimension, can be a number of text, a delimited string maybe, which is like a campaign name, dimensions. You see, since 60 to 6 are. These are numbers, but then these are qualitative factors because these are dimensions of a certain ad, maybe, or a placement. Right? It can come in various forms. Now, dimensions. Dimensions can be categorized into entity dimensions and general dimensions. Now, what are entity dimensions? Entity dimensions contain entity key, entity name, and entity attribute. What is this entity that we are talking of? Let's consider this example whereby we have an employee of an organization and he or she has his ID card. Now, when you see the now, what is an entity key? Entity key is nothing but the unique representation of an employee in an organization or in anywhere, in any place. It can be a campaign ID. It can be a placement ID. It can be an employee ID. It can be your bank's, consumer number. What is it called? Customer name, customer ID, customer number. So anything, your Aadhaar number, your PAN number, that is unique to you. Right. Any unique key is basically considered as the entity key. Right. Entity name is basically the name that is associated. No entity is always unique. So if you have an employee with the name of with an ID of 1007 in your organization, then 1007 is set for the James Bond in your organization, and it can be it. Like it can never be duplicate for any other bonds. So if you have, like 5 of you sitting beside, there can be people with same names, but there cannot be people who are having the same employee IDs or the same PAN card numbers or the same things. If it is there, then a very big scam is going on. Maybe, but then technically the unique key that is used as an identifier for a person, for a thing, for a campaign, for a placement, or for any of the entities that is in place. Now, if someone is if Salman is as an entity, then his entity key is his employee ID. If John is an entity, if Vinod is an entity. So all these are entities which have an entity key of a certain name, a certain key which is unique to them. Now entity name. Entity name is something which is associated to a unique entity key, but entity name can be duplicates as well. Correct, but the entity name associated to the entity key has to be unique. Now with the IDs Sen, you cannot have two names. You cannot have James Bond and Venus together. So an entity key is a unique key which has a unique entity name. Right, but why do we consider entity key as an identifiable source, or as something which will help us in figuring out any kind of uniqueness? Because that number is unique. But John or salmon, there can be 10 salmon in the company, but each of those salmon is differentiated by their employee ID. Correct. So entity name cannot be an unique identifier. Because it can be duplicate. Correct. And then comes the attributes of an entity. So your gender, your birth date, your preference of food, veg or non, veg or anything. All these are attributes for a certain entity. Correct. So that's how we categorize. Now employee ID is your entity key. The employee name is your entity name, and the various attributes of gender and birth date becomes the attributes for the entity. John Smith. Let's tally the same features and the same characteristics with an ID, with an ad. So when we have a placement of James Patterson Masterclass campaign, this placement has a certain ID. Correct. Which we call as media buy key. So we call the placement as media buy. We are aligned. Now this ID number, MB456ABC, this becomes the media buy key, a placement ID, right? A placement ID is unique to this placement. Correct. So placement ID or media buy key is something which is unique to this content, to this creative that is displayed in the placement media by name is basically now this becomes my entity key. The media by key becomes the entity key. Media by name or the placement name becomes my entity name. And media by size. Size is a banner. Media by targeting type is direct. All these become the attributes of the entity. James Patterson teaches writing the media by key. Is it clear, guys? Is it identifiable? Is it making sense? Perfect. So this becomes my entity key. This becomes my entity name and these become the attributes. Now is all characteristics are all the characteristics that we see for a certain entity. Media by are all these things that are there, like media by size, media by targeting, media by device targeting, or whatever that is there for a certain thing are all these attributes. We need to verify that because one media by key is associated to one media by name. And its certain attributes, and we will see, like when we are deriving relationships. We need to figure out if those hold true and if they can be called the entity keys or names or attributes. Now, in general dimensions, we have date. Now, any data uploaded must have a date column. Oops, date column has changed into day column due to the typo, and Datorama follows it too. So, it's not day, it's date. Now, you have to keep in mind always, guys, that whenever you upload a data, it must have a date. Why? Because apart from date, it doesn't make sense. You have a campaign called Winner's campaign and it is having an impression and it doesn't have a date. So what is it? Winner's campaign has 10,000 impressions. End of the story. But where? When? Why? You don't get any clue and Datorama doesn't get any clue. So Datorama follows a very simple method of not uploading it. So it tells that, dude, come up with a date or else this data is not getting uploaded. So yeah, and then we have variable dimensions. What are variable dimensions? Variable dimensions are basically dimensions which attribute to the entire workspace and not to a specific entity. One more question on the previous slide. So here you have to write the must and should. Date column has to be there. Like, is there any other columns? No, see, okay. So when I say that it can be uploaded is so no, okay, I'm wrong. So when you have a data, when we talk of data, we talk of measurements and dimensions together, right? Yes, so that's where we tell it as a data or a data sheet. But if there is no measurement in my data and if there is no date in my data, have we seen any such sheets like this? Have you seen any such sheets that you can tell me which didn't have a measurement, didn't have a date? Have you seen any such that you have? Nothing as such, but sometimes I know we missed out a date column. However, we have start date or end date sometimes. So can we map that start date and end date? Maybe you have observed that I know, while extracting the raw report from Facebook, we get the reporting start date and end date. Okay, yeah, at that time can we map that date 1 to campaign start date? See, it doesn't. It is not about what is in the data or what is not coming in the data there. Like, if you have, like, a start date or any sort of dates that you want to map in Datorama, you can go ahead and map it as a date. If you don't have, like, regular days or regular months, regular things, if it is something that you and the client have chosen as this has to be the date factor, then you can go and map it as a date. So that's not a problem. If you think that start date mapping will help me with slicing the other components in my data, you can go ahead and map the date. That's not something that is But coming back to the question, you have seen a data set which doesn't have a measurement and doesn't have a date. And that is your classification sheets, right? So your classification sheets are something you won't find because that's an instruction. That's an instruction that is given that these codes mean these names. These delimited codes mean this, NYC means New York, IND means India. So your classification sheets doesn't have a measurement. It neither has a date. And Datorama does upload that kind of data too, like it's all dimensions, a data set which gets uploaded. When there is a measurement in your data along with dimensions, there has to be a date column or else Datorama won't upload it. But if there is no measurement in your data, if there is no date in your data, even you can still upload it and it is considered as a all dimensions data set, which is always used as a classification data set for slicing or dicing your data. I have an example in this training whereby I'll show you that at the time the aggregation part will be missing, right? So whenever we apply pivot for the particular data stream, then there will be option to select the date. No, this is a directional data only. This is a dimensional data only, right? So this is something whereby say, okay, so you have media by key or placement ID in your data and you have say campaign ID, you have site, you have impressions, click, spend. Now what I want is I have few more columns that I want to integrate to this. So suppose I have media by targeting, I have media by size. Okay, do these two columns. I have media by targeting and media by size and media by key that I want to integrate into the data set that you already have. Media by key campaign ID site. ID impression click spend. In that I want to have media by size and media by targeting. Now how will I do? I have media by key, right? So my media by key and media by key will be mapped, and then there is a functionality called parent-child relationship over here. So if I do a parent-child relationship, what happens is media by key and media by key gets mapped together and I can have my data or my measurements sliced by media by. As I can slice it by media, by key media, by name campaign ID campaign name site, ID site name. Now, when my media by ID and media by ID is from both the data sets have been mapped or have been mapped together, I can slice the impression clicks by media, by size and media by targeting as well. So it doesn't necessarily mean that I need to upload a date and a measurement in my dimensions data set as well. I can keep it as a dimension, and what I can do is it's a directional data which helps me integrate, further dimensions in the existing one. Got that? So yeah, please do participate. Now we have variable dimensions. I was talking of variable dimensions. Variable dimensions are not part of any entity. When I say part of entity, entities are like media by key, which we saw that, right? That this is an entity. A media by or a placement ID is an entity. A placement is an entity. We have the placement ID. We have the placement name. We have the placement attributes. So these are part of the entity placement. Now if say there was a campaign, the campaign has an ID. So the entity is campaign, and then we have campaign ID, campaign name, campaign, whatever campaign attributes, whatever are the campaign attributes, campaign contents and campaign creatives and all those things. So every name and attribute pertains to a certain entity, and a key, a name and attribute pertains to a certain entity called media, buyer, campaign or site, whatever. But variable dimensions are those which are true for the entire data set, like device, desktop or mobile country. You know, operating system or device types, mobile or computers. These are variable dimensions which basically cater to the entire data set or the entire workspace. So that's called a variable dimension. We will discuss why it is called a variable dimension and what relationship makes it a variable dimension. Yeah, so such as location or device category, they pertain to the entire data set rather than a specific entity. Till this slide, just keep in mind that entities are those which has an entity key, an entity name and entity attributes, and one entity can have a unique entity key, has one entity name and one unique attribute to it and not, There cannot be any kind of duplicates. There cannot be one entity has 5 entity names and then 4 entity attributes. No, it has to be always unique. If it is unique, if an entity name is unique, if an entity name is unique, then sorry. Okay, then it is. It is basically considered as a name for a certain ID. If an attribute is unique to a key, it is said to be unique to that key, and then only it becomes an attribute, or else it doesn't become one. So an entity key will have one entity name and one entity attribute to it, okay, at a given point of time. And variable dimensions. Variable dimensions do not cater to a single entity, specific entity, rather that it is part of the entire workspace. Okay, and yeah, variable dimensions are not mandatory in a data set as well. So let us recap. So data is bifurcated into dimensions and measurements. Dimensions are of two types, entity dimensions and general dimensions. Entity dimensions have an entity key name and attribute. General dimensions are data and variable. So let us go through with data set types. What are data set types? We have broadcasting data, we have social data, we have search data, we have conversion data, we have web analytics data, we have plan data. We have, what else we have? Programmatic data we have. We have various data types, right? We have data set types. One is considered a social, one is considered search, one is offline, one is sales. So the various data set types. So broadcasting data is much different than social data, and then search data is different from social data as well. So they are different from one another. What is the point over here? Point is, each data set is different from one another, but it has a main entity. Every data set will have a main entity for itself, and it will have a set of dimensions and measurements. Now you will see that the main entity is, is different in different data sets. But there are times, there are times where we merge the data based on shared entities between two data sets. And when you have shared entities, you can go ahead and map, together the main entities. In one it can be a main entity, but in the other data set it can be a shared entity which can be mapped together, and then both the data sets can be merged and sliced and diced together. There comes my favorite slide. So this is basically your ads data set. So whenever you upload in Datorama search data, social data, display data, they are all clubbed as ads data sets. When you upload a web analytics data, it is uploaded as a web analytics data set. But when you add anything and there are data set types which we will see, but when you upload a sales data, maybe sales data is not a digital data, right? It is not an ads data set, or it is not a web analytics data set. So it gets clubbed as generic data set types. So generic data set types are nothing but data set types which do not fall under the defined categories in Datorama, but they are clubbed as generic, which makes them. Which is identical, but then in generic, everything is everything is generic. And then you have your data model fields, whereby you need to figure out what all are your main entities, what are your shared entities, so on and so forth. Cool. So let's look into the various dimensions and measurements that gets attached to the various data sets, right? So in my ads data set, I have the media, buy and clicks, campaign, creative site itself. Dimensions for conversions are conversion tags. Everyone knows what is a conversion tag, or else we can keep it as a discussion. While we are wrapping up the session, someday, the training, we can talk about conversion tags. If you already know, then good. And if you already know, you can enlighten the entire crowd here, or else we can keep it as a discussion at the end of the training. Yeah, so in conversion tag, we have conversion tags, we have media buy campaign, and in measurements, we have the, conversion post impression revenue, post click transactions. Search keywords. We have the search keyword, the URLs and placements. So do you see any common factor in these three dimensions and measurements? Media buy, correct. So we were talking in the previous slide that we do bring in all the data sets together by means of the shared entities. And over here we see that media buy is one of the shared entities. If we map it together, we can basically get access to all these dimensions and measurements which are there. Now why media buy? Why media buy is being considered as the most important factor or the main entity for an ads data set, and not campaign or not site. Why it is considered as the most granular part of the data? Let's verify that. Yeah, because for an advertiser, he wants to advertise like it might be through search or through social or through display. So what he does is he wants the advertisement space in the website. So media buy is important, the placement is important. Yeah. So that's true. That's true theoretically, but we need to establish it right. You cannot tell me that you know this is important. I will say that no, that is also important, or NL will say that this is also important, and we will have a fight. But we need to establish right. So how will you establish your fact? You will establish it through relationships. Let's take one of the dimensions in the ads data set called campaigns, and let's see how is campaign related to a placement. Okay, so one campaign can be related to multiple media buys. Right. So a single campaign can be advertised in multiple placements. But one placement is attributed to only one campaign. Correct? Yes. Okay, let's look at it once again. One campaign masterclass can be. Masterclass is one campaign, right? But it is advertised in 3 different places. Say Gordon Ramsay campaign, James Patterson campaign. Anything else like any other creatives. These creatives can be displayed in a publisher website. It can be displayed in the top banner, the side banners, bottom of the page, middle of the page, anywhere. Like in an on-click on the click ad, anywhere it can appear. So that creative appears in multiple placements. Correct. So one campaign masterclass is displayed in multiple media, buys or placements. But this one banner placement that we have on top of the page is attributed to the single campaign masterclass. Correct? So one campaign can get displayed in multiple media buys. But one media buy is attributed to only one campaign. Coming to site. One site can have multiple media buys, as we saw the example of what? What was the site that we saw? New York Times, I guess. New York Times being the site. So New York Times being the site can have multiple media buys in its page. So if you open, so go ahead and try it with Times of India, my favorite publisher website. You need to find news in there. It's filled with placements and ads. So go ahead in the Times of India site and see how many placements it has. Like 2 lines and it has an ad running. So now there can be a campaign like if tomorrow, say suppose a new car gets launched, I see like if you're a car enthusiast, Kia is launching its electric car pretty soon this month. So bookings have started already. Now, if this is like, this is a news. This is something that Kia wants to promote. So Kia, what it will do is in that page, it will rent out 5 or 6 placements whereby it wants to show its ad. Now Times of India, being the publisher website, is renting out all these placements, all these placeholders, right? So it has multiple placeholders in its page or placements in its page where Kia is going to run its creative. So Times of India is the site and media buy is the placement. The placeholders or the placements. So one site can have multiple media buys, but one of those placement. One if I consider that one placement on top of the page that is again attributed to only one site, correct? So one site can have multiple placement, but one placement is attributed to only one site. Clear? Not clear? Confusing? Yeah, I know it's confusing. So, okay, let's talk of these two and do the wrap up today. Because or else you'll get overloaded. Let's talk of campaign. Okay, so now you have one campaign. Okay. Okay. Conning Gorilla Glass with something something. And this is an ad that is running in the Times of India. Times of India thing whereby this is an ad, right? Now Times of India being the site. Times of India is the site, right? And this is a placement where this ad is running. Now Times of India has 3 placements that we see. And if I scroll down or scroll up, it will have thousands of placements in there, right? So this is my site, right? So this site has multiple placements, multiple media base. So one site is attributed to many, numerous placements. So it's a one-to-many relationship, correct? Okay, correct? It's a one-to-many relationship between the site and placements. However, if I talk of this, how is a media base relationship with the site? One media base is attributed to only one site. One site is attributed to many media bases. It's a one-to-many relationship. However, one media base is attributed to one site only. That is a one-to-one relationship. Okay, so again, similarly, if I talk of campaigns, what happens in a campaign? Like you run the masterclass campaign. We saw the masterclass campaign, right? You remember the masterclass campaign we saw? Yes, New York Times. New York Times. Wait, let me go back. Let's end it with these two today. But let's understand it pretty well. What did we say? So today, if it is a James Patterson, tomorrow it's a Gordon Ramsay. But what is my campaign? My campaign is Masterclass. Yes, my campaign is Masterclass, which is having James Patterson as the creative running. Tomorrow, the creative changes to Gordon Ramsay's creative. But my campaign remains the same. So one campaign can be related to multiple placements. Masterclass campaign has Gordon Ramsay, James Patterson, Sachin Tendulkar, Brian Lara, all these creatives under a single banner. I have created campaign and I have the creatives of all these things. I have creatives means I have the various ads running, right? So one campaign can be attributed to James Patterson, Gordon Ramsay, Sachin Tendulkar, Brian Lara, all these placements which are running the ad or the media buys. So one campaign is related to multiple media buys. However, Gordon Ramsay placement, if I talk of particularly, is attributed to only one campaign. That is Masterclass. So campaign and media buy has a one-to-many relationship. However, a media buy and a campaign has a one-to-one relationship. Is it clear? Because this is very important. This is the most difficult thing to understand. It is not difficult. It is confusing to understand. But if you understand this concept is going to take you entire way till we end the training, till you are working, till the time you are working with Salesforce. These relationships, if you understand now and you become solid in it, you will never look back because this is what we are going to do the entire session. We will talk of harmonization tools definitely. But everything comes in this framework. where we understand the relationship between various entities and we finalize. This is my main entity and these are my shared entities. This is what is the relationship between these and we talk of them. So a campaign and media buy is a one-to-many relationship because a campaign has multiple media buys. So a campaign and media buy has a one-to-many relationship. However, a media buy and campaign has a one-to-one relationship because one placement attributes to only one campaign. A site can have multiple placements, multiple media buys, right? So a site and media buy has a one-to-many relationship. However, a media buy and site. A media buy can be attributed to only one site, right? As it was with one campaign, a media buy attributes to only one site, so it's a one-to-one relationship. We will talk of the other things tomorrow because I don't want to confuse you more with other many to many relationships and stuffs coming up. But these are the things that will be helpful. And we will start tomorrow from this slide itself and we will recap what we have learned regarding relationships and we will take it forward from there. Correct. Correct. I hope we don't have any more questions. Because just think of just go to any of the publisher site that you want to. You go to Yahoo, you go to Google. Now Google, go to Yahoo News or Yahoo Finance. Or things like that. Or go to Times of India, maybe, and just see an ad and try to verify the relationship with campaign and the site. And I think that this part will be clear for you. And if this part is clear for you, you are that's what I said to 75%. You went ahead in the training and the rest. Things are playing by this framework and getting the work done. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much. Now creative and media by has a many-to-many relationship. Because one media buy can have multiple creatives and one creative can be displayed across multiple media buy. So it's a many-to-many relationship that goes in. We have many-to-many relationships in our data. We get many-to-many relationships device targeting, which I mentioned as variable dimensions yesterday. Right. We had the entity dimensions and then we had the general dimensions in which we had date and variable. So variable dimensions, as I mentioned, variable dimensions of operate across the workspace and it is not specific to a single entity. What is an entity? An entity is something which has a unique entity, key entity name and entity attributes. Right. And that can be like campaign placement site, creatives itself, but then not creative. It is definitely creative idea is there, but it's an entity definitely. But do we consider it as an entity, dimension or a variable entity? That's what that variable dimension. That's what we are discussing over here. Because an entity dimension is something which shares a unique relationship with it. And then creative is also one of the entities which among them among the creative group, definitely it is an entity because a creative idea is associated to one creative name and creative attributes if there is. But then with media buy it shares a many-to-many relationship because one media buy can accommodate multiple creatives. However, one and one creative can also get displayed across media buy, so we have creatives. Now, likewise, the variable dimensions like device targeting, geo targeting, mobile, and all these things have a many-to-many relationship. Now for accommodating many-to-many relationships in our data, Datorama provides modern fields called exchange and strategy that you see over here. Basically, exchange and strategies are nothing but empty placeholders which can accommodate any of the dimensions which have a many-to-many relationship with the media bay. Right. So we are good, right? So next data set that we see is conversion tags. Conversion tag is a very simple data set whereby we have like a conversion tag and conversion variable that shares a many-to-many relationship, and the main entity of this data set being conversion tags. Search keywords is another very simple stuff whereby we have the search keyword, which basically is the main entity, and that's basically identifying the main entity. Now, if you see all these buckets connect to each other, like all these data sets, the ads data set, the search keywords data set, the conversion tags data set, all these connect to each other by means of media bay. Because all these data sets have media bay as a component, not necessarily the main entity, but then we connect data based on shared entities. Right? We have discussed this earlier that we do connect data. We do connect data sources together by means of shared entities, whereby we have the search keywords, conversion tags, and ads data set connected through media bay. Going to the next topic, data modeling action. Yeah, definitely. We have the steps to categorize data. I'm not going in there anymore. Measurements, dimensions, entities, and stuff. What we do is identify the data set types and divide the dimensions into entity and general dimensions, which have the entity, key name, attribute, and data variable. So steps to categorize data. Now we have learned about it that we divide it into measurements and dimensions. We identify the data, set type, divide dimensions, and verify relationships. Now we have not done it and done it like as a task for us in a real-time data. We have discussed about it. Now let's see in the real time how it works. So this is just like an Excel that you can have for yourself. You have the day column, the campaign ID, campaign category, placement device, impression clicks, media cost. So I'm sure you have seen a data set like this before as well. Wherever you work with any kind of digital data. Now do we see any common columns? Like what are the common commonalities in columns? If we pick up, if I want to group things, what is the first level of grouping that I need to do in terms of data? First, we develop groupings, measurements, and dimensions. So measurements are dimensions. What are the measurements over here? Impression, clicks, media spend. The rest are dimensions. So we have achieved that. Now, if I talk of what are the common columns, if I pick up one entity, is there any similar columns in our data? Like pertaining to a similar entity. Oh, campaign ID and placement ID. Right. Those are entities we want to. But then we have campaign. Campaign is campaign name. Right. So we have campaign ID, campaign category, which basically relates to the campaign bucket. And then we have placement, ID placement and placement size. Right, those are belonging to the placement bucket. So basically what the next slide mean is, I had just kept those slides for your reference. That is, whenever we see impression, clicks, media cost as part of the measurements, we tend to relate what data set it will be a part of. So we see that clicks, impressions, media cost is part of the ads data set. And you know, it very much fits well into the ads data set parts. Now categorizing dimensions. We start with the entity dimension. So there I was like, specific entities. So what are the specific entities in here? Campaign ID, campaign category, and placement ID, placement and placement size. So basically these are the two buckets in there. Now, what we need to do is, now that we have recognized that these are the columns which are identical, which are like in the same bucket, we need to see or verify the relationship between. First, we want to see the relationship between entities, and then we will see the relationship across entities. When I say relationship between entities, what I mean is I need to check that campaign, ID campaign and campaign category. Do they really have a relationship to be an entity? Like, campaign ID if I consider as entity key, then is campaign name my entity name or campaign category my entity attribute? To verify that, what we need to do is we need to verify the relationship between these columns. How will we verify the relationship between columns? We will see. And why do we say that? Because what we need to check is that there is a one-to-one relationship between the campaign ID, like the entity key and entity name, in order to qualify, like for the column campaign, in order to qualify as entity name, it has to have a one-to-one relationship with the campaign IDs. Okay, and campaign category too. In order to be an attribute of campaign ID or campaign column, it has to have a one-to-one relationship with the campaign ID. So basically, whenever an entity name or entity attribute is a part of an entity key, it always shares a one-to-one relationship. And let us verify that. This is called verifying relationship between entities. Now, if I want to see the relationship across entities, that does mean when we want to see the relationship between campaign ID and placement ID, and why will we do that? We will see why will we do that, but that is called verifying relationships across entities, right? So, as we know that entity key, entity name and entity attribute as like and we want to check that what all qualifies as entity name and entity attribute. Again, an entity key can link to only one entity name value and relate to only one attribute for that entity. So how will you do that? So what we will do is we will first check the campaign IDs. Let's determine if campaign ID qualifies as entity key, and we need to see that if campaign name qualifies as entity. So what you do is there is something called a pivot table in your Excel. So this is how we actually verify the relationship. So you take your data, you create a pivot table, and when you have a pivot table, what I take over here is campaign ID and campaign name. So what we see is campaign ID and campaign name has a one-to-one relationship, because under every campaign ID we see one campaign name and not 2 or 3, right? So it's a one-to-one relationship. So each ID will have one value of campaign name exists for one campaign ID. Next, we need to check if campaign category is my attribute. So campaign ID and campaign category get selected now, and what we see is there is only one value per ID. So campaign category as qualifies to be the attribute of the campaign ID, right? So we can say that campaign category is an attribute of the entity campaign. Now the next comes is placement ID and placement. So because we have the placement bucket in there as well, right? So what we would do is we will check the relationship between the placement ID and placement. And what we see is we see one value of placement at the one placement ID. So it shares a one-to-one relationship. Moving on to placement size. Moving on to placement size as well. We see one value of placement size per placement ID. So again, it's a one-to-one relationship. So we can say that for the entities of campaign and placement. Campaign and placement has one entity, key entity name and entity attribute. Placement as well, ID is the entity key. Placement name is the entity name and placement attribute is the placement size. Okay, cool. Any questions? No, none from my side. Okay. So campaign and placement in the ads data set. As we mentioned, we have one campaign associated with the media. Buy and placement is synonymous. So, but now we have the campaign and placement sorted, and we have verified the relationship. But what we need to verify is placement column qualified to be called as media buy or not. So for that, what we need to do is we need to check the relationship across entities. As in campaign IDs and placement ID. Correct. So let's pivot it again, and what we see is campaign ID and placement ID as one value. So per campaign, there is one placement only. So as we said, media buy is. As we said, media buy is the lowest level of granularity is media buy or placement. So we see that per placement ID, we have one campaign ID. So it can be mapped to media buy. Now we have worked with the 6 columns, campaigns and placements. The three columns. What we have now, we are left with day and device category. So how to work on that date? Date goes into the date variable. You remember, right? And general dimensions, we have date and variable. Correct. So date gets classified into the date variable and we map it to date. But device category, now we need to check the relationship and see if device category, as we have already discussed that device category is a variable dimension which shares a many-to-many relationship always. So if you check device categories relationship with placement ID, again do a pivot, take placement ID and device category, and you see that one ID has 2 values. Naturally, right, because a campaign gets displayed in desktop and mobile and laptop. So per campaign, we see that there are 2 values. One ID has 2 values. So that does mean that and if we see from the other side as well, that we see that device category has two values for placement, ID. Hence it is not an attribute of placement, ID. Correct? So what do we do about it? We classify it as a variable and device category and geolocations, and all these things get mapped as a many to many under the data model fields of strategy, exchange of traders. So now we have classified all the columns, right? We are ready to map them. So mapping doesn't look like this anymore, but this is the old view. Like mapping is the same, everything is the same. Does that you have an update which makes it look a bit different. So what we have learned over here is what is the data model? How do we categorize our data measurements? Dimensions, entity keys, names, attributes, days and variables, dataset types and relationships. Any questions among these topics that comes to your mind currently? No, we're not. So now let's do something. This is a superstore data. Now this is a superstore data. Have you ever heard of superstore data? It's a common example that comes when you do your Tableau or whenever you are doing any kind of trading. It's a very good data set to work with. It is available. What I'll do is I'll provide it today with all the things that I supply you with today. We will have an exercise, we will have some guides, some PDFs, some handbooks. When I do that, I also attach the Superstore data for your reference and you can go ahead and, categorize it yourself. Now this looks like a real-time data, but can anyone tell me that? What is the difference between the other data set that we classified and this data set? It's everywhere, it's many dimensions. There are only dimensions of the No, okay. You see only the dimensions, but there are, we have measurements. There's many to many relationships. Many to many relationships. Relationship we have not verified yet, so we don't know what is the relationship. We need to create a pivot and verify relationships. What else? First, look what you see and you understand what is the difference between the other data set and this. We have only single entity. Then we have a person. No, we have entities, right? We have the vendor entity. We have the order. We have ship modes customer. See, there are IDs and we have the related things, right? There is no like this. Data looks like this is not belongs to digital. Exactly. Digital marketing data. Correct. 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 That's the correct answer. So this is not a digital data. In the start of the training, I was telling you, right, that people say that it's a marketing intelligence, digital marketing intelligence tool. But no, it's not only marketing intelligence tool, but it also helps us work with other sets of data. Now, this is purely an order data set, like how much this is basically. Yeah, like it's a sales data and or the order date because this works with order IDs, right? So how much of orders and how much? What are the orders in there and what are the ship date, ship mode, customers, segment, country state, and then I'm sure there will be measurements like sales and stuff. So it's purely an order data set and it's not a digital marketing data set or an ads data set that we have seen. Right. So let's see, what are the commonalities in here. We have vendor name and vendor IDing one of the entities. Order ID. Of course, this is a sales data sheet, so order will be its main entity. If we check it in that manner, so it will be, this is order ID, order date, ship date, and ship mode being being the common factors, because orders and shipment is something that comes hand in hand when the order was done and what was the ship mode and what was the ship date. Customer segment and customer name is one of the common factors that we see over here. And then country, city, state, postal code. These are some of the variable dimensions that we have in the data. Right. And what else do we have? We have the product category, subcategory, and product name, which is basically a part of the product entities that we are guessing. We are not sure, right? We are guessing now. How will we be sure about it? We will be sure about it when we verify the relationships. Thank you. Sorry guys, very sorry about it. I had an Amazon guy banging my door like anything. So yeah. So we have these are some of the dimensions that we are guessing that these are part of the sales data sheet and they are together. But we will verify relationships and then we have the measurements like sales, quantity, discount, and profit. Right? So let's check the relationship within entities. So within entities, when we want to check, we have again going back over to this, whereby we have the order date, ship mode, and ship mode. These are the order ID, order date, and ship mode. Right. So what we will do is first we will check that if ship mode is, there is only one ship mode per order ID, because that should be the way, right? There can be only one shipping mode for one order. IDU order 1, IDU order, one place, one order. There can be multiple options while choosing the ship mode, but when it gets chosen, it is only one ship mode. Right. So we need to verify that if ship mode is an attribute of the order ID column, and then what we do is a pivot and we see that once coming in 0 is something, it just ignore the 0, because that 0 is nothing but the blanks that got selected while selecting. So just ignore it. What we see is only one value per order ID. So ship mode can be an attribute of the order ID. Next, vendor ID and vendor name. So it's It's pretty easy because it's only this much of data that we see. We see that, per vendor ID, there is only one vendor name. So when the name is, of course, an attribute of the column vendor ID. Coming to product ID and product name. So we see that product ID and product name has a one-to-one relationship again. So we can say that product name and vendor name can be the entity names for their respective entity keys. So next, coming to product ID category and subcategory. Remember we had the product ID. These four columns where the product tab is popping up. So product ID, category, subcategory and product name. Let's verify product ID and product name as 0, 0 and 1. Now let's verify if category and subcategory qualifies to be attributes of product ID or not. So when we do a pivot table, what we see is yes, there is only one value per product ID for one category. One value for category and subcategory per product ID. So category and subcategory can be an attribute of the product. So there comes my end to the end to checking all the columns that were pertaining to the certain IDs in the data. Right. So we now know that what are my entity keys and what are my attributes for those keys. Now, when we have that, what we will do is we will check the relationships across entities. But while we go for across entities, and why do we do that? All those things we are clear, right? What we are aiming towards and what we are trying to do in here. We know we are good. So I'm counting on that. We are good till now. So now what we know that we have verified that we now know that what all columns are the attributes for the specific entities. Now we need to check. Now it's a sales data, so order ID. I'm counting on order ID to be the main entity because that's where it starts, right? That's an order ID should have what we had told earlier, that an order and an entity becomes the main entity when it is the most granular part of the data. Correct in any of the e-commerce business. If you consider the sales funnel, it starts with an order. You may have all those awareness considerations. Forget it. Now, when the conversion happens, what is a conversion? What is a checkout? Once you do a checkout, it's basically the order ID or the order being placed in Amazon or in Flipkart or in any of the like. You know the e-commerce websites that you use. The first step is order ID. So order ID is, I'm considering order ID to be the most granular part of the sales data because once order ID is generated, everything else starts off. Correct. So now we need to verify that. How is order ID related to the entities across? So now what we are doing is we are trying to see the relationship between order ID customer name and segment. Customer was. So order ID and customer ID are two different entities in my data. Correct. Now what I am trying to do is I am trying to check with order ID and customer ID that how are order ID and customer ID related and their attributes. Now I know that customer name and segment. We had verified that customer name and segment are some things which are part of the order ID, which are part of the customer ID and their attributes of the customer ID. Right now we will see how order ID and customer ID is related to one another. Now when I do that, we see that we have only one value. So when we have one value, we can say that the entity customer ID, customer name and segment are attributes of order ID. So then we go ahead and check what is the relationship between order ID and vendor ID. And we see that it is a one-to-one relationship between order ID and vendor ID. Because one order can be fulfilled by only one vendor. However, when we go ahead with vendor ID to order ID, one vendor has lots of order IDs to fulfill. So one vendor ID is one order ID is attributed towards one vendor ID. But one vendor ID can cater to numerous order IDs. Right. So you order a shoe from your e-commerce site. Your shoe order has one order ID and that is fulfilled by only one vendor that you choose during your purchase. So if you take an example I've seen for the two respective e-commerce sites with their vendors called Cloudtail and UUS Retail and Stuffs. So Cloudtail being a vendor, what it does is it fulfills my order. So one order ID that I place is fulfilled by a vendor called Cloudtail. There are other vendors, but then I choose Cloudtail and Cloudtail fulfills it. So it's a one-to-one relationship. However, if I check Cloudtail's point of view towards order IDs, as I placed an order, Praveen placed an order, Anil placed an order. So when we all have placed an order and it is being fulfilled by Cloudtail. So Cloudtail being the vendor ID, it caters to numerous order IDs. So it's a one-to-many relationship. Yes. Perfect. Now have we seen such kind of a relationship earlier in our ads data set? We did, right? So a campaign to media buy had a one-to-many relationship. However, a media buy to campaign had one-to-one relationships. Right. Just try to remember the model when, you know how to classify your data. Just try to remember the model when you are classifying any non-digital data set. Even so, if you know the model and if you have verified the relationships and if you see that what and how I can translate those relationships into the framework that I have as ads data in an ads data set. So it will be very easy for you to map your data. This is a non-digital thing, but if my concept is clear, then I can go ahead and map it to the respective placeholders. And I can work with non-digital data as well. So next comes order ID to product ID. So when I check order ID to product ID, an order ID can have multiple products. So you may have added to your cart 5 or 6 items and you choose it, I choose 2. When you check it out, what happens? One order. There is one ID, but there are 5, 6 products that you have chosen right at a single time. And then for a product ID to order, ID relationship as well. What happens? One product ID can be one product ID as in, a product, right? That can be related to many order ID. So many of us can order a red shoe from Gucci maybe. So one product ID is attributed towards many order IDs because it shares a many-to-many relationship. And one order ID can have many products in it. So both of these select a many-to-many relationship. If we translate it in terms of the ads data set model, then did we see any column that used to share a many-to-many relationship? Did we see any many-to-many relationships in the ads data set? We did right. Creative was the creative shared a many-to-many relationship with Medivine. Yes, we know that exchange also share many-to-many. So exchange and strategies are placeholders that can facilitate your many-to-many relationships. So here again we see many-to-many relationships coming in. So if I am mapping these columns in Datorama, I can map it to creative. I can map it to exchange, I can map it to strategy because those are the placeholders for my many-to-many relationships. Perfect. So now we come to that point where we are classifying a non-digital data set. But we are trying to model it or using the Datorama data model. We are trying to put it into the framework for ourselves. Now a vendor can has a one-to-many relationship with the order ID. Order ID is my main entity in the non-digital in my sales data set. Correct translating it back. Mediavine is my main entity in my ads data set. And campaign shares a one-to-many relationship with the Mediavine. Likewise, site also does it. So what I'll do is I can go ahead and map vendor to campaign, order to Mediavine. And then again, order and product shares a many-to-many relationship. And when we translate it, Mediavine and creative also has a many-to-many relationship in there. So what we can do is we can go ahead and map product to creative, order to Mediavine and vendor to campaign. And I'm good with my data modeling because I've verified the relationships. I found my entity keys. I found my entity names. I found my entity attributes. I've classified all the similar entities with their own name and attributes. I verified the relationship between what I'm considering as a main entity and with all the other entities at place, and we see that all other entities are attributes of the main entity. So I'm sure that my main entity is good enough. I verified the relationships between many-to-many columns, which share a many-to-many relationship with the main entity. And when I'm sure from all the angles that I know my entities and the relationships verified, I can go ahead and map them to the Datorama data model. And we should be good about it. Is it clear? Are we good? Do we understand what we are trying to do over here? Yeah, got it? Okay. We are good, right? So we will be taking formulas later. But in the start of the session, I was discussing a Collies function with someone who had asked me about what to do about it. This is a very small example. It's a recorded session, right? When we do formulas and when we check the other types of formulas that are there, when we do the extract and all those formulas. We will check it then. But what happened to me was I was about to forget about this formula. So I kept it in a slide. I know it's irrelevant for now, but then it's not. Nothing is irrelevant, but it all stays back. So it's nothing, but it's a Collies function that I was talking about the other day in the starting of the session. So a common example of mapping formula is Collies. So what happens? You get your data from your account manager or anyone who gives you a data. So you see your old file which you ingest every month. It has a media by key in capital letter M, right? Capital M, capital B, capital K. But by mistake, what this guy has done in the new file, he has kept all those in small letters, right? Now, if you do upload it, Datorama won't understand this and it will consider it as a new column and it won't ingest. So for that, as it is case sensitive. So for that, what we do is we go to the media by key, the mapping field. And what we do is we go to the formula field of the mapping field and we write a function called Collies. And what we define the two columns, the old one and the new one. So that Datorama understands that what if you see both these things in there? Both the things mean the same to us. And what Datorama will do is it will first, go to media by key with the capital M, fetch the values and it will like, okay, this is there. And then go to the second value and say, oh, okay. So if I see things in small letters as well, what I should do is I should consider it as part of the media by key column. And what I do is I append those new data that has come in and nothing goes from this for us. Okay, so Collies function comes very handy. So if you face any situation whereby you need to use it, perfect. So as we have seen, once you log into your data, once you log into Datorama, you get a connected mix analyze and actually visualize. Now let's see how connected mix works. Okay, so suppose I do a create new. And I have total connect and I have the AP IS there. Right, so I go to total connect. I get an option on dragging and dropping. So what I do is I'll go ahead and drop a file over here. So when I drop this file, what Datorama will do is it will say, okay, this is the data that I have. So what Datorama does is it automatically. So if you're on Tableau, you will also see that a first preview screen comes up, right? Whereby you can do your manipulations and all these things. But over here, what I'm doing is a simple mapping how it works. So here you give your data set name. So you dragged and dropped. You placed your data set in there. Now you give it as a test underscore mapping. And you see all these have been identified that day. Column. Date is classic. Date is, date is taken as a format of date. And then all the text has been taken as strings. They are string format. And then you have the number format, impression clicks and video calls. So if you go to a next, I'm sorry, I have a question here. I'm sorry. I have a question here about that. Can we add a new column while importing the data? We can. Yes, we can, we will do that. We will do that. So once you do a next, what happens is firstly you see Datorama has, Datorama has identified the data set. And what it does is, What it does is it recognizes your dataset as ads dataset. Right now you may say, how about that? If I don't want it to be an ad status, if is something that you don't want to be an ad status, it does something and you want to see any of the other things. So you can go over there. There you get. If you go over here, you can see that there are types of data sets that you get to see when you go to the data stream types. You see it's add data set search keywords, add verification conversion tags, web analytics event, tags pages, e-commerce conversion tags, messaging by data, competitive products, social listening, how like whatever you can gauge from your side and whatever you think can be the data stream types. It is present. And then so we know there is a color combination. Sorry, I didn't get you. When you click on the switch data setter, there you can see different color sets: green, yellow and red. Yeah, these. Yeah, that's because why is that? Why is it toggled for these? Because search keywords and ads data, search keywords is part of the components of this data set is present in ads data set and search keywords data set. So that's why this data set is also on, because you see campaign, you see placement, you see clicks, media cost, impressions and search keywords as well. Right. So that's why this data model is also on in here. So it's showing like most matching data set. Yes, but thanks. We know after mapping, like sometime can we come back and change the data stream type? You can know after mapping. You can. What you can do is, but then you have to go for a remapping again. Okay, because you change your data set, what happens is the placeholders get changed even right there. If it is changed from, anything like from an ad data set to, you feel that it's a web analytics, though it's not a web analytics. It won't be giving you fields to map. But if you want, like, I will do it as a generic data stream. So what happens is then all these main entities and sub-entities get changed to generic names. Yeah, so what I do is so these left side columns that you see now, these are coming from the raw data. And these right side columns that you see, these are all data model. How will you separate them? You see, it comes with a symbol of model fields. These come as CSVs, ABCs. These are the strings and these are the model fields. So basically, you are just putting these values in here to the model field so that we can map them correctly. So when we say that a key or an ID, that key ID is mapped as a key over here. Okay, let me do a small thing. That is, so if you want to unmap something, so this is mapped when you have and say you want to unmap. So this is unmapped, you just click over here. Your campaign key gets unmapped. Then again you go back here and go ahead and check campaign key. You can do this and you can apply it over here. Now, as we mentioned, call is function. So how will you do call is function? So you go over here and there is your formula editor. And what you do is you go ahead and write the function over here and the formulas. Formulas we will take up later. This is just to give you a mapping experience. So mapping happen now. So then there are fields called custom attributes. So what are custom attributes? So suppose you have identified columns which are attributes of the media by key. So when we say attributes of the media by key and say, suppose media by size is over here. So say anything like placement, dimension, placement, whatever. Like those things are parts of the placement ID, which is basically comes under the media by key. Now each entity is blessed with a custom attribute mapping. So if I go over here, I can see that there are empty placeholders for. And these are like media by custom attributes. So if you want to map anything like these many columns won't be there in your data set always. Then there are media by custom attributes. So you can go ahead and map, your external field, whatever you want to as media by custom attributes. And you can see that there are around 40 custom attributes that per entity has. And then there is. And what you can do is you can go ahead and map your custom attributes. Similarly, campaign as well. One sec. So similarly, campaign also has. So you see, so we were mentioning about exchange and strategy, right? So you see, exchange custom attribute strategy, custom attributes. So these are basically for your many to many site media buy. You have all these custom attributes. Come here like, okay, so these are the custom attributes are nothing but all the attributes that you see as a part of an entity, because entity attributes can be many. Right. Whatever attributes qualify to be a part of an entity, you can map them all into the custom attributes columns. Then you have your measurements in here and so on and so forth. Here you can quickly write a formula and map it to a column. So we will do that. We will do that when we are there. But from where we started off was. So when we are doing this mapping right over here, we need to be very much sure about the data model that we map it to. But if we have one-to-one relationship wherever we are, one-to-many relationship, we need to be careful of that part. And then many-to-many relationships and creative strategy and exchange columns we do. These things have been done. Yeah. So now if you have, from here you can just check our data stream types as dataset as verification. We have seen that. How to do that. Mapping and unmapping. Also, we have done the left and right of the model field. There can be unmapped fields which you need to map. Yeah. So, you can create custom fields by using formulas. And you can map your device and stuff. So, if you have mapped your device and if you want to write any formulas, you can go ahead and write a formula. We will do formulas. This is not something that I want to spend much time now. This is a small thing. This is like whenever you are in a data set and whenever you have mapped your data, always to go and verify it from the paper table. Because that's how you know that you have mapped it pretty well. And whenever there are custom columns coming in, you need to be pretty much aware of what are custom columns and how to deal with custom columns. And how do they deal with your native columns? This is very important. Why? Because think about a situation whereby you have created a calculated dimension or a calculated measurement. Now a calculated measurement is created at a workspace level and not specific to any particular data stream. What I mean is when you create a CPC calculation in your custom measurement, when you go ahead and you do a calculated measurement, when you create from measurements in Datorama, it doesn't belong to only my data stream or Google data stream or ads data stream or anything. No, that is true for the entire workspace. In any of your view, when you want a CPC to be highlighted where there is clicks and impressions and you want CPC, you can drag that calculated measurement in there, right? So whenever you drag that calculated measurement in, we need to be sure that you know how it reacts to the native variables like impressions or clicks. These are native variables in your data set. And when you drag this column of CPC, we need to be sure that this is reciprocating well with all the already present columns in here. Correct? And when you are sure about it, then you need to proceed towards the next. So in this terms, pivoting is very helpful. Okay, so see, it got created. Now what I need to do is say suppose I have calculated measurements that I have dragged in. So always what I'll do is once it is created, we need to go and check it in the pivot table. Right? So I need to be aware of the dates what I have. So I have to see if I'm interested in May. So I can go ahead and May is on the selected. So I can choose a campaign name. And if you want to see how your data has been updated, so you can go over here, choose a campaign name. Choose your key campaign name and apply. So what happens? The pivot table gives you a first time. Like in 8th May to 15th May, 18th of the campaign keys and the media cost, and it gives you a total of. So what happens is now you know that. Okay, for all my campaigns that I have in my file or in my data, I'm sure that things are working properly and I am getting a first-hand preview of how my data looks like. You can very well export a pivot as well. You can create a widget. You can schedule an export. You can export it as a flat table, like you created something like this, and you can actually create a widget out of it. So if you create a widget, what happens is it goes to your, whatever workspace you want it to go to, and you can create a widget. Okay, and you can verify whatever is there. Now comes this part which I wanted to touch base on, that is automating the process. So now everyone, are we good? How to create a data stream, basic one. We're good, right? Any questions? Yeah, we're good. Now comes the automating part of it. Like not automating, but hey, hi. Yeah, actually I have a question over here like, is there any particular date format for this need to be followed? Because the date format won't be uniform from different portals. And if we compare different values between different portals, there will be an issue because of this date format. Is there any way to correct those things? Yeah, so what happens is whenever you upload in any form, be it, DD, DMM, YY, MD or any sort of things, whatever format you want to upload, you can, and Datorama recognizes it. So there is no fixed date format that you need to follow or any default date format as in, tools like Alteryx or middleware tools. They have a specific date type that they want to. But Salesforce uses YMD, D and then HHMNS. So whatever zone or whatever time or whatever date you want to add in Salesforce. I think I don't think, but you can basically map it to the date format and you don't need to change it off. Yeah, so in mapping itself, yeah, so if you go to date format, sorry. If you go to previous source, now we're here. When you see your date right, your date column gets mapped in here. So if you just go ahead and check, so it's YM, DN, DHA, MMSS format, right? Now, if you want to make a change to it, you can go ahead and use any of the formats or use a custom format for yourself. After that, we are previewing the data. Can we do preview? Can we preview the data after doing API also? API connection. So that's a good question. Yeah. So with API is what we need to do is do we have this view in API? Try to recollect. I don't think so. So once you have connected your data, what happens is in API is you need to choose your respective measurements and dimensions. Because once you connect to an API, what do you after the credentials you have done and everything? What you need to do is you need to put your measurements and dimensions. And then when you have done preview screen, we need to recall that. But definitely we can do a pivot table or a widget where we get table whereby we can put the data. So we have the initial breakdown and extended properties, location and everything done. Okay, let this be as a question. I need to check if we get a preview screen. But if you don't get a preview screen as well, once you have mapped it, you can go ahead and check it in the pivot. Okay, we'll wait for this. Yes. What I'll do is I'll get my credentials in this, the Google Ads credentials, and then we will do it. Oh, once you have done all these connections and stuffs, now what you always do is go to edit and there is something called an advanced settings. So whenever you have to push your data to Datorama, so you can What you can do is you can mention the domain name of the user ID and password. And what you can do is you can, automate the system. So suppose it's a cadence of a day or maybe in a weekly manner that you want to ingest your data in. So what you can do is you can configure a FTP domain whereby you can have the user ID and password. And what happens is automatic data pushing happens again, retrieval. Retrieval is the same way that you can retrieve or pull data by means of whereby you can set the delivery on frequency. And you can also choose your delivery method, how it gets delivered. FTP, FTPL, Bickery Drive, whatever you want to. You can get your data from a particular data stream. You can get your data to yourself, or you can retrieve or pull data in from a FTP server, or you can configure your email in there whereby whenever the data hits or schedules, you have your email ID and password configured. So what happens is this kind of an automation can happen. We will do a small automation for a file in this training itself, and we will see how it works. But this is how you can retrieve or you can deliver or push data or pull data from any of the sources that you have. Be it email or be it your FTP domain, and you can get the data to be pulled through the various methods. And also the delivery methods are also, there are loads of delivery methods that are there. So we have BigQuery, we have Redshift, now we have the cloud storage, we have Drive. So we can go ahead and do the automations in our data stream. And finally, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel.